Good evening. Tonight, we're continuing the side quest of Smol Kai on a vote of the members of the channel. We decided that it was probably better if we waited a little bit with the new MSQ for Smol Kai so that everyone has a chance to catch up before we jump straight into it with the alt. So we will be doing the Alliance Raid series of Heavensward, Shadow of Mhach tonight. I hope you will enjoy it with me. Hey Kitsune Echo, hey Ymir. Hope you're doing well. Good, that's good to hear. I'm also doing very well. Hey Needlemere, I hope you're doing well. Hey Castle, I hope you're doing well. Remember, if you want to come along for the Alliance Raid series, you need to of course have done whatever's necessary to unlock it yourself. And then you can pretty much do the story alongside me if you want to and join for the raids and everything. Due to how those things work, however, we can only bring 8, even though there would be 24 places, simply because we would need to have a full Alliance raid, I believe, a full pre-made for the game to allow us to bring... Why did I not put those on last time? Strange. For us to be allowed to actually bring more than 8. Like, it's either everyone or however many you can fill into a single raid team. It's a little big of a jump. You became the de facto leader of your raid again? In which raid? Oh. Trial 1 of Endwalker? Well, it's not unusual for that to happen. There's a lot of times where when you get that one in the roulette, where the majority, like the vast majority of your raid is like first timers or people that are like, oh right, this is technically a trial that exists in the game. So if you actually remember what to do, that gives you a massive advantage. Hello, Azrael? What do you mean by that? Castle says, would you say Shadow of Mhach is more chaos than CT? Oh, well hello, Azrael. Yeah, just to clarify on that, I joined a free this free company here when they talked with me, and when I was about to join, I made the person talking with me aware that I'm pretty much only online on this character when I'm streaming, so just be aware that that's the case. I block the chat out so there's no like public info on that, but that of course also probably explains for Azrael why I'm online for like 6 hours a week and I hardly ever communicate, simply because I'm pretty focused on streaming. But it's not that I don't want to communicate, it's just, you know. Yeah. Hey, Azrael. Just to go back to Gazel's question, would you say Shadow of Mhach is more chaos than Crystal Tower? Yes. Absolutely. But that stems from two things. The first one being that the Shadow of Mhach raids have way more complicated mechanics in a lot of circumstances. The second one is that people don't actually know how to do the alliance raids for Shadow of Mhach, so that like exponentially increases. Oh look, there's another person. It exponentially increases the chaos inherent in it. Tumen does rage quit after the third wipe on the first trial in Endwalker. I'm surprised you had 3 wipes. Usually when I land in that trial randomly, we still get it in the first try, but I guess I've had a lot of experience with dealing with the fight enough so that if I become the de facto leader, as you put it, then I'm ready to take that responsibility. Like, things that I remember and notice from that trial is that it never fails that as you're getting close to the end of the fight, there's a melee DPS using Limit Break 3. It just so happens to coincide with the boss doing, you know, the nearly the entire platform getting cleaved and shoving everyone off. And the melee DPS using Limit Break dies because they're stuck using Limit Break. And if everyone else knows it's coming, we're fine. But it's not unusual that you're going to need the healer Limit Break immediately after, because for some reason people forget that they have to deal with that mechanic. So, like, that's just one example, and I could imagine that if you have enough sprouts or first timers, that you're also going to get dunked on by the mechanic wave flies far away from the arena. Because people don't even know that it's there. Right, so Sky Pirates is where we're starting. So remember, if you want to come along, make sure to begin on the quest line yourself, if you haven't. Yeah, you have the look of a lass who's seen her fair share of trouble. Mayhap you'd be willing to help me with mine. I need a capable sort to head into the Sea of Clouds and track down my missing airship. I had to mortgage my soul to get that vessel built. That sounds extremely expensive. I hope it was a good vessel at least. So winning the contract to ferry supplies out to Cloudtop was a real weight off my mind, but it seems my luck ended there. My ship was due back in Ishgard bells ago, and I've been praying for a glimpse of her sails ever since. I can't help fearing the worst. What if she's run afoul of Sky Pirates? My creditors will have their ponds of flesh. You think me foolish to fear piracy so far above the waves? Well, let me tell you that no honest merchant is safe now that airship production has, if you will excuse the pun, taken off. Any scoundrel with a sack of coin and a vague sense of direction can terrorize the skies. Oh yes, this new breed of buccaneers like to paint themselves as dashing explorers braving the unknown, but the truth of their nature is right there in the name. Sky Pirates. Given half a chance, they'll strip your ship of every last scrap of cargo and go yah-ha-har as they launch you screaming over the rails. I've heard the stories. Please, you must make haste to Camp Cloudtop, that's where the shipment was bound, and inquire as to the fate of my poor ship. Oh, and my poor helmsman. Ask Rantramon. He'll know, if any man does. You've got it. Wait, isn't there like... Can't we just talk with this guy? Oh. Hazel says I'm struggling with deciding on unlock or not to unlock. It's entirely up to you. Like, genuinely, it's just like if you want it or not. I would say go for it because the XP should scale, so and the rewards also scale now. So really, you shouldn't have any reason to like avoid it. But it's entirely up to you. A supply airship has gone missing, you say? Well, that would certainly explain why our provisions are so late in arriving. I did, in fact, spy a vessel charting an erratic course northwards a short while ago, but as it seemed disinclined to make port here, I paid it little mind. Not the most compelling piece of evidence, I grant you, but I have witnessed naught else of interest. I suggest you investigate the landmass to the north. Rest assured, I will send word if I spy any other sign of our errant supply ship. Thank you. You get a cool scarf for completing the quest line. Oh yeah, that's true. If I remember correctly, you can't dye it. Which is of course the immediate explanation for why I'm not using it on my main. Neilmir says, is this the raid series with the Sky Pirates? Yes, shockingly, I know, but yeah, that is the one. That's true, I mean, it is an accessory, but sometimes I think you can dye accessories. Sometimes. And if you can't, you should be able to. That scarf should be dyeable. Aid! Aid, I say! These villains mean to plunder my cargo. He's just been standing here for like a year while Smol Caetsu has been busy with other stuff. What have we got here then? Think you're some sort of hero, do you? Yeah, I think I am. You not recognize me? Well then, you won't mind if me mates here join the fun. Make for more heroic tale, won't it? The tale of how 3 sky pirates fed a meddling little shite her own bloody eyes. What's with these Heavensward characters and swearing? What the? Oh gods, I know that ship. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Sky Pirate Man. So, you're the scrags who've been dragging our good name through the mud. You're Red Bill Livefoot. We ain't done naught to you or yours. What do you want with us? I think I made my position pretty clear. You take on the mantle of Sky Pirate. You agree to a certain code of conduct, and codes ain't worth much if folk go around breaking them. Frankly, lads, you're making us look bad, and we can't have that. No hard feelings, though, eh? Triple kill! Can I have that? Oh, thank you, Mr. Lifford. Thank you. I'm certain my master will wish to repay you. Don't worry about it. Pew! Quadra kill! If your employer does business in Ishgard, he likely knows a merchant or two what trades with me associates. Tell him to say it's for Lifford, and any reward should reach me soon enough. As for you, adventurer, tain't often someone beats me to the scene, but then I'd expect naught less from a hero such as yourself. Caetsu? That is who you are, ain't it? I don't know too many other lasses with one of them marvelous mana cutters the Ironworks dreamed up. How do you know I have a mana cutter? Well then, it seems you've saved me the trouble of tracking you down. I'd been hoping to have a word with you, you see. Why? I'll put it to you straight. I need someone to help out with a little venture I have in mind. Someone used to take a few risks. Now, this wouldn't be no black-hearted brigand's work, so don't go worrying yourself on that account. Unlike them thieving curs just now, I don't hold with robbing honest folk. For me, you see, the Sky Pirate's life is all about freedom. The freedom to go where you will, to find out what lies beyond the next cloud. If you're interested in joining us on an adventure worthy of the name, then look for my standard in the northern reaches of the Blue Window. Someone will be waiting there to greet you. Hmm. Well, we're certainly not hurting for healers. It's the blue window. Is it that bad, Gazel? Specifically as a healer? Personally, like if I am queuing for like an alliance raid where I'm concerned, or if I'm queuing for content where I'm concerned that it's going to be difficult, I would more rather, like in an alliance raid situation, I'd rather be a healer. Simply because it gives me the control to like save the group if the need arises. Because the simple, like, simply put, healers have a lot more control over whether the groups are going to make it in an alliance raid, in my opinion. That's fair enough, stranger. If you value your life, tell me true. Did you stumble across this mark by chance, or are you here by invitation? Then that would make you the hero the captain said to watch out for. Well met. The name's Stacia. Leoford would call me his right-hand woman, but I feel more like his bloody nursemaid. God's truth be told. Anyway, my thanks to you for coming to hear him out. If you'd follow me, I'll take you to the Red Bill's nest. Oh, that also sucks, Castle, but that's exactly the reason why you'd want to be a healer, because, like, on the one hand, it sucks when your co-healer isn't really doing their part. But you know what would suck even more? What if you're a DPS, like a black mage, and both of your healers aren't doing their part? I wonder if they made my mana cutter with extra, like, with like a smaller, like, control systems that I can reach the things? Or maybe it's just the handles that you need. Well, this seems safe. I come to you in person, and still you refuse my offer. Arrogant fool, someone said. On the subject of arrogance, Radlia, I bow to your superior knowledge, but that's all the bowing you'll get from me. As I've told you a dozen times, I ain't no one's lackey. But my dear Lifford, how else do you propose to survive an expedition into the ghost ship? I would fear for my life with naught but your feeble crewmates at my back. Rude. While I'd fear for my life with your mangy crew at my back, on account of them being murderous, untrustworthy bastards to a man. Oops. Did they work that face up from the Manderville story, or what's happening here? I thought you cleverer than this, Red Bill, but no matter. I always get what I want in the end. 'Tis merely a question of method. If you say so. Hi, it me. Now there's a face I've not seen before. You don't have the look of one of Lifford's little birds. I'm an even smaller bird. She's a guest. You understand the concept, don't you? You know, when someone is invited, instead of just bursting through the door whenever she damn well pleases. Oof. That was Radlia, captain of the Talents. She knows Lifford's the best sky pirate alive, and the fact he won't join her sticks in her craw. A crow.
Are you gonna let them talk to you like that, Captain? We should teach them Red Bills some respect.
Patience. When all of this is over, we shall see who rules the skies. Cue the Wolf's Den music. Come on in. We need this with this Wolf's Den music. You know the drill. Come on. Oh there, hero. I promised you high adventure, and high adventure you shall have, for we plan to board the Sea of Cloud's very own ghost ship. Or what folk have taken to call in one, anyway. Every day for the past few weeks has brought with it a new sighting of the self-same vessel, a massive airship of queer design, adrift on the wind. Being a curious lot, there were a few buccaneers who tried exploring below decks, but not one of them's been seen since, and so, naturally, they're saying the ship is cursed. Well, haunted. Like I said, an honest-to-God's ghost ship. That's how it works. My guess is she's another relic left behind by the Elegants, but we won't know for sure till we've had ourselves a good poke around inside, and liberated whatever ancient treasure she's got mouldering away in her hold, of course. But before we start dividing up the spoils, we've got to find the damn thing, which is why we've been working on a special new device. Bah! Finding her'll be the easy part. What we can't do without is a veteran explorer what ain't afraid to fling herself face first into the jaws of danger. Ah yes, because you're sending me in alone, right? Now, I know you're a gallant champion of the people and all, but strip away the fame and the glory and I'll wager you're still an adventurer at heart. So, what say you, Caetsu? Fancy a plunge into the unknown at the side of the Red Bills? Then it's settled. Let's pay a visit to our crewmate, Utata. She's been working on a way to track the vessel. That's the spirit. Good luck, Reen. You're small like me. That makes this easier. Greetings, the name's Utata. I suppose you'd call me the Red Bill's Chief of Engineering, Smithing, Carpentry, Magitech. If it's part of an airship, I can fix it. Just don't expect me to see me waving a cutlass and swinging over the rails. If there's fighting to be done, well, that's what we have you for. Excellent. I'm the fighty one. That's why I brought this stick. Well met, ladies and gentle pirates. Now that we appear to have our hero, I'm happy to report that we've overcome the last obstacles aboarding the ghost ship. Meaning your project is proceeding as planned? That it is, Captain. I knew this would be the perfect place to take readings. The scant amounts of background ether make it easy to follow the derelict's trail. The ghost ship has what Utata tells us is a unique etheric signature. She's been building a device that can sniff out this particular spectral flavor and point us in the right direction. I call it the ectocompass. It's allowed me to collect some solid data on the vessel's movements and plot a reliable intercept course. No groping blindly through the clouds for us. All the ships are loaded and ready to fly. Just say the word, Captain. Utata, you'd best stay here out of harm's way. Keep an eye on them ether trails, eh? Aye, Captain. Grab an armload of treasure for me. Now, we've got no way of knowing what's waiting for us on that cursed hulk, Caetsu, so you'd best bring along a few mates what you know you can trust. Don't hurt to be too careful, seeing as how you'll be going in first and all. I did tell you you'd be going in first, didn't I? Well, you will. The rest of us will be guarding the rear, just in case Radlia and her brood decide to stick their brakes in where they ain't wanted. Don't worry, she'll not get past us, so you can concentrate on carving a path into the ship's belly. Just a few friends, he said. An honest to God God's ghost ship. Oh, this is gonna be an adventure and a half. Oh right, did I mention this is a raid and you're going? And when I said bring a few friends, what I meant was bring a lot of friends, like a ridiculous amount of friends, actually. Yeah, exactly, Matthew and Emir. 23 friends. That'll do. No less. We'll cut it. Do we have anyone else that wants to come along, or is it our fantastic 5 here? Hmm. That's alright, Gets an Echo. Just wanted to give it a chance in case anyone was not sure. Let's see, we need to have at most 2 healers. So if there's anyone in the group specifically that would really like to be healer, that's okay. But we can at most have 2, of course. Hmm. Hmm. It wouldn't surprise me if it's going to take a while before the group pops. Ah, 11 minutes. Wonderful. In that case, we'll have to figure out something else to do while we wait. Any ideas? Hmm. So also, Reen, do check back in with us and let us know how many wipes you get, if any. If you really want to do the extra big points, let's hear if you get a lot of deaths in Dunskate. I'm standing on air. This is safe. Don't worry about it. Alliance B lost both healers like 3 times during the first boss fight. Well, that sounds like a great start. Yeah, that is true. Like, if your right side equipment is kind of fine, you know, around, you know, above 60, maybe it like just poetic stuff from 60, then you're fine in these alliance raids. So like jobs that start at 60 or above should be mostly okay as they are, I think. Something that I noticed just randomly with Aura is that most of their emotes that make sounds... Oh, that was fast. It feels like there is like a significant delay between, you know, clicking the button and before there's like noise coming from the emote. Not in a way where it's like weirdly set up, but more like some of the first few races in the game, or most of the races that started in the game, their emotes make noise at like close to frame 1, which leads to a lot of fun with, you know, people spamming them in limbs and laments and stuff. But most of the aura emotes don't really work like that. You'd think that they did that intentionally for some reason, but I'm pretty sure Viera returned to the old ways, and Throthgar might as well. It was just a funny observation that I noticed. It's a giant fish! It's 3 giant birds! Ah, perfect. I managed to cast some spells at the very least. Those mobs die so fast that it almost feel like they're just there, so there's something. Ah. It's a Hydro Sprite. Imagine if they exploded like in the new one. Oh, I thought that was going to lead into a donut AoE of some sort, but apparently not. I do not remember what that means. Not at all. Looks not important to me. I did remember that right. I was thinking when it does the jump forward, there's some sort of donut AoE, right? Indeed there was. This is Hey Jack, I hope you're doing well. This is one of those fights with a lot of stopping and starting, let's just say that. Hmm. Oh, loot. Oh, a hat. Oh, shoes. If I remember correctly, can't remember if it's this part or the second part of the Alliance Raid series that became like there was a dyeable version as a crafted set in Shadowbringers. I believe it's the Facet gear set. I never quite figured out what you're supposed to do in this room, so I sort of always just end up fighting whatever I can reach. On the good side of it, it feels often like I'm not the only one. On the bad side, the day that I land in a group where no one has the slightest idea what you're supposed to do, we're toast. But part of the reason for that is, of course, also based in the simple fact that you hardly ever see this raid in Alliance Raid Roulette. If I remember correctly, there's something about... Yeah, indeed. That you need people to stand on the 3 thingies to make the gas in the room disappear. Like, that's the one thing. I don't know if there's anything else. I never figured out if there's anything else. Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah. Kill the knots, they pollute the room. Step on the switch to clean the air. Just kill everything. Like, that's the thing. The one thing that I discovered over time was if everyone stands on the 3 buttons, good stuff happens. And then eventually, when you've killed everything enough, you can proceed. I don't remember which one of them is immune to... or becomes immune to magic. Oh, that's the one. Ah! Bruh. I feel like it was I was fine, but apparently server says no. The other player was like an inch behind me. Can't reach that. Maybe I can reach it now. Ah, yes, the shockwave stomp. I mean, if you take the longest possible path, and I don't know what you're expecting. Oh. That was way too greedy. Well, well. Hey, Gabriel. Says, I haven't done this raid since the Scathe was meta for farming tomestones like 2 patches ago. Was it actually meta? I feel like it was... Like, it was a way to do it, just like it was a way to do it in this one. It was just not the best. I can't remember. I feel like 2 patches ago was that when there was this crazy one with Binding Calls of Bahamut and Blue Mages? But yeah, it's pretty common. Like, a lot of players basically never get to see anything but Crystal Tower, even if they'd want to. Oh, you meant it like that. You did it because incidentally people were doing it. Right. I'm the tank now. I tank by killing the thing before it hurt me. Very smart strategy. Oops. I was convinced that I could start casting Fire 3 without a full MP bar at that moment, but Magreed! Magreed! But it is quite funny that whenever there's a Moxhome event, suddenly all of the Alliance raids start to get attention. I've brought this up before, like when I was talking about the Alliance raid roulette always being Crystal Towers a problem that we hope to fix soon. As in with 6.5 here. But ultimately the simple fact that all it takes for players to not mind getting the other Alliance raids is that it gives mock tomes. That says a lot. Like, it doesn't take that much. People just want a little bit more. Just a little bit more. And then it's fine. Yeah, Praetorium is pretty good. If you're not in a hurry and you can do something else while doing it. I prefer to do some like use a strategy that is a little faster if I'm like focused on farming mock tomes. Oops. Am I dead? Ah! The save. You're right, Steve. It's the thing is that these Alliance raids, the thing that makes them tedious or long has nothing to do with their like. As far as I can see, it doesn't have anything to do with them being like over-tuned. That like, yeah, they take more time, they have more HP than the Crystal Tower ones, but it's not as bad as you'd think. From what I can tell from when I did Puppets Bonkers somewhat recently, with a group that didn't die very much specifically. I noticed that simply by people knowing and understanding the mechanics and then not dying too much, we beat it in like half an hour. Instead of, you know, the classic 40 plus minutes that the near raids are expected to take. And that's simply because people know what they're doing. So if people stopped, if people stopped cheesing it, and kinda just let it be. And when I say cheesing it, of course you can't really do that anymore nowadays. You would have to outright like make a character that doesn't have the stuff unlocked to be able to do that, or like bring a friend who doesn't have it unlocked to be able to do it. But as people get used to doing them, they'll go faster. People will stop failing the mechanics, people will start to recognize what you're supposed to be doing, and then they'll go faster, and then it'll be less of a problem. Like, the reason why the runs are so long is at least partly because no one knows what they're doing. I think. I don't know for certain, it's just an observation, and it's not based on very much data, so I'm totally willing to say that I'm wrong on that one. 26 minutes on Dunscaith, that's pretty good. Oh. It's fine. I didn't want to make a lot of use of my ley lines anyway. Total chaos. It's even sadder in this case, Steve, because this time the boss just kinda left. Oh, you're using ley lines. Guess this is my opportunity to just leave. Gabriel asks, are you Black Mage main or are you leveling? This character is an alt. It just happens to only have Black Mage and Dragoon at max level. But I do like playing Black Mage. But it's an alt. That's the primary reason that we're playing Black Mage, is because it's I like Black Mage a bit more than Dragoon, so I just decided to do this as Black Mage. You have a puddle beneath you and won't leave. Better rescue you. It's awkward with that one. Obviously you can just explain it to the healer. They're of course well-meaning, but on the other hand, surely they'll realize that the Black Mage is standing exactly in the pretty room that they're standing in because it's good for them. For me, the reason why I don't enjoy Dragoon as much is because it takes a lot of effort to get it right. And for some reason, I find it easier to deal with Black Mage. And the thing is, I can play any job. It's just, as I sort of maybe demonstrated a little bit over Tuesday and Thursday streams. Tuesday, I failed so many mechanics in the new Alliance raid, like incredibly so. Then Thursday, I show off a clip of me playing off stream Wednesday, where I don't really make any major mistakes, don't really mess up my rotation or anything. And that could both be chalked up to, well, you've seen the mechanics now, so surely you get them now, but it could also be a case of, well, you're not talking about all sorts of other stuff while doing raiding. So it's just, I find it easier to, like, for example, stream while playing Black Mage. Bugger me, I expected danger, but not a hell-spawned bleeding nightmare made flesh like that. Didn't stop you and your mates though, did it? That's some crew you got there, no mistake. Some 23 randos with some of them being your friends. Strange. Right then, let's have a look inside that dirty great coffer type thing. Someone tells me it's filled to the brim with booty. Yar! It's booty! Don't look at me! I never moved a muscle! Ah, yes. Hi, Diabolos. How's you? How are things? You good? What in the seven hells is that bastard doing? Ah, yes. The Four Eyes. He summons Red Eyes Black Dragon in attack position. This way, swiftly now. Can anyone else see that talking cat over there? Bloody hell, this adventure's getting queerer by the minute. I said attack position! Still, I'd rather take my chances with the prattling puss than stay here. Get your things, mateys, we're leaving. But what about the loot? You can't spend it when you're dead. We either follow the furball or make friends with the Spellsling Voidborn. Your choice. Gosh, damn it. How's an honest sky pirate meant to make a living? You're not? Here he comes, Red Eyes Black Dragon in attack position. Blah. Oh, the red eyes are gone now. Why is Caetsu on my mana cotter specifically? And here we are in space. I feel like Black Mage is one of those jobs that you really get to enjoy when you start getting it. By the way, just to continue on the chat. The ship's breaking up. Is he trying to bring her down? I'm a firing my laser into the sea. Oh. The Void Center is attempting to initiate a dimensional displacement, but the gate, it cannot possibly be large enough for the entire ship. Well, it's very large. Wide, on the other hand. Whee! Bye. That's falling weirdly slowly. The Queen's coffin! It takes it beyond our reach. Well. And it's gone. Wait, it shot a laser beam onto the clouds and spawned like a void gate on the clouds. It's very strange. Well, I don't see much point hanging out here. Let's get back to solid ground. That is the wiggliest tail. Why is Kate Sith in this questline? I don't know. Where do you spawn void gates if not on the clouds? Fair point, you might as well spawn them on the clouds. That way you're not hurting the local ecosystem, right? Aye, it was a bit touch. It was a bit touch and go in places, I grant you, but here we all are, and all with our bits still attached. This calls for a foam and flagon. Hold on, and we're missing someone. Didn't I tell the Tartar to wait for us here? Never fear, we've been keeping the girl company. Of course. But enough about her. Did you see the cannon on that ship? As you know, my dear Lifford, I'm not easily moved, but the sheer power on display set me all a quiver. Keep it in your pants. Well, I hope you're content to admire it from afar. That vessel ain't for the likes of you and me. Do not presume to measure me by your own limitations. Besides, I believe I've showed how resourceful I can be. What brings me neatly to the point. You have in your possession a device capable of tracking the ghost ship. Hand it over, or your engineer shall suffer the consequences. Gip. Ah, if I must. Perfect. A compass pointing the way to my just reward. A weapon like that belongs in the hands of one with a will to use it. Come, lads, our business here is concluded. I'm sorry, Captain. They caught me off guard. You get a bang on the head or something? The man I know would never give in to scum like her without a fight, unless... Cue the Wolf's Den music. What did you do to the compass? Who, me? Not. Besides slipping a link pearl into its casing like... So long as Radlia keeps it close, and you can be damn sure she will, we'll know exactly what them thieving bastards are planning. Anyone care to wager how long it'll take her for... Oops. For her to note... How long it'll take her to notice my little gift? That's very clever and all, but how are you proposing to stop her from getting her hands on that derelict and its great big cannon? I ain't worked that part out yet, but I suspect it'll start with us keeping a close eye on the talons. Before we get into any of that, though, I've got some questions that needs answering. You wish to know more of the Void Ark, the ghost ship, as you call it? The Void Ark. So that's its proper name, I'd like to hear what you'd care to tell us, Puss. And I, for my part, am curious to hear your stories. Ere we continue, however, I must insist that you address me by my proper name, Caetsu. I will not respond to a puss or cat, and most decidedly not furball. Are you sure? Are you sure about the furball one? There's still space, Viek. Sure you can. I hope you cleaned your feet before you got on the map like that, Caetsu. Splat, splat, splat. Muddy paws on the map. Splat, 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 splat. Are you not getting dizzy from this, Caetsu? Caetsu is getting their daily workout done. My tale begins long, long ago, in the city of Ma, which once stood in the lands of Yafame. The sorcerers of Ma were masters of destructive magics, and they brought that terrible power to bear against Amdapo and Nim in the War of the Magi. The titanic forces they unleashed, however, took a heavy toll upon the land, ultimately resulting in a colossal flood that drowned the realm of Elsia, a catastrophe which my master, High Void Mage Caesar, was wise enough to foresee. He was unfortunately not smart enough to make me look less janky, but it's fine, I can make this work. Hey James, hope you're doing well. Wait. Colossal flood? Are you talking about the sixth umbral calamity? I suppose you would know it as such. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, my janky looks. I mean, when they learned of the fate that awaited them, the Magi began construction of a gargantuan vessel that would bear their people to the skies, and to safety. The operation of the Void Ark, as the ship came to be called, was entrusted to Caesar. Prior to that, of course, my master had been a prisoner in her own home, confined for her outspoken opposition to the war. Oh right, your master was a lady. My bad. So, the Ark was meant as a sanctuary, then how did it come to be so... I mean, what happened to all the people? And where did all the Void Scent come from? By what power do you imagine such a massive craft remains aloft? The energy required to raise the Ark was siphoned from over 1,000 otherworldly servants sealed within the vessel. Not. Advances in Mhachi sorcery were made for one reason and one reason only: cataclysmic destructive power, and the swiftest and most dangerous methods of acquiring that power was through the enslavement of void-sent entities. So, the creatures on the derelict, they broke free from your master's control? At the very heart of the Ark, the Void Mages had entombed the great ruler of the Void Sent, Skathach, the Shadow Queen. That doesn't sound like a bad idea at all. But in order to control so potent a prisoner, a mage of adamant will was required, and Big Ma's preeminent sorcerer, Caesar, was deemed best qualified. Wait, otherwise, my master might never have been released from her own imprisonment. Why are my hands so small? Yet, even with Caesar's peerless skill, the Shadow Queen could not long be subjugated. One after another, the Lesser Void Sent awoke and ran rampant within the ship. In the end, Caesar and the 53 Void Mages aboard the Ark sacrificed their own life energies to return the fiends to their coffins, leaving me, a lowly familiar, to watch over a derelict prison. If I remember my umbral errors right, the stuff you just described happened more than 1500 years past, which is a good while by anyone's measure, and since everything seems to have been quiet on board your boat till just recently, I'm thinking somewhat unusual must have happened to wake the inmates up. Am I warm? One day, a void scent that had taken the shape of a bat flew into the ship. At first, it was little more than a nuisance that I brushed away, but the longer it remained on the Ark, the stronger it seemed to become. Eventually, I could not contend with its power, and it began shattering seal after seal. Oops. But you looked upon the true form of this fiend as he broke the chains holding the Queen's coffin. I can only assume that he is one of Skathach's subjects, intended on bringing about her return. Ah, yes, Diabolos. Well, that explains that, then. Except for one small detail. Namely, where the Queen's coffin went. After it fell out of the ship's belly, I'm assuming it didn't just disappear, right? You recall the great rift that the Ark's cannon ripped in the sky? That was a void gate. Ah, yes, a void gate, indeed, of course. Such a portal opens a temporary path through the void, allowing the ship to travel almost instantaneously from one location to another. That doesn't sound dangerous. The void sent, as you saw, only opened a gate large enough to displace the coffin. As for the coffin's destination, however, that is as much a mystery to me as it is to you. I beseech you, conquerors of the Ark, help me find the Queen's coffin ere the walls binding Skathach are dispelled. And he looks at me. Smells to be like an adventure, and who knows what ancient marquee treasures we might stumble on along the way. Gods know, they'll make a nice change from all them elegant tomestones we've been collecting. What? But I like tomestones. Aye, we'll help you. I'm not risking the hide for the sake of the realm, you understand, but I'll be damned if I let either Radlia or that bat-winged bastard take the freedom of the skies from me. You care only for how you might be inconvenienced. If the Shadow Queen were to return, it would have dire consequences for this entire star. Count your blessings, Furball. I said we'd help, didn't I? Woohoo! Hi, it me. Before we go rushing off in search of that cover, though, there's preparations to be made. You might as well get back to your usual heroical employment, Caetsu. I'll let you know when it's time to round up your mates again. You've got it. Right, set your watches. Set them to about 30 seconds, I think. It's true, Gazel. That is quite funny that it is like that with ley lines, but I guess they realized that it was kind of inconvenient otherwise. The time is nigh, my dear talents. Soon we shall seize control of the ghost ship and all its power, and rule the skies from here to the ends of the world. Ah, yes. A random gigantic monster vessel that can shoot laser beams. That seems safe. Surely it won't be a problem that it was filled with voids and demons just a short while ago. Surely that won't be an issue. Caetsu, I was just about to fly out to Ishgard and track you down. No, you weren't. You remember Kate Sith, that Mhach familiar? We'd been working with him on a plan to find Diabolos and the Queen's coffin. There have been void-sent sightings from the pirates all over, so we know that bat-winged bugger is hiding someplace in the sky. We just don't know exactly where. And as for going about pinpointing the location, Leffert and the feline are bickering over just exactly how. That's where you come in. If you have a spare moment or two, we could use a third opinion to break the stalemate. Besides all that, Leffert's eager to have another hand to help in the search, so come on over to the Parrot as soon as you're able. You know the way from here, don't you? Sure. I find it quite interesting that in the first part you're basically just getting dragged around the area. Wait a minute. Huh? What the? I just need to check something. Look at the map for a second. You go through this door. Oh, it's because it's like you go underground and then up and then through. Yeah, exactly, Mia. Just make a portal to hell just so that you can get to your groceries quicker. How did you get there before me? Thanks for coming. The captain and the cat are inside, still having their discussion. Talk to Leffert, will you, before I strangle the both of them? Alright, Mom. Wolfstand music, you know the drill. If you're here to ask about the Queen's coffin, then you'd best turn around and walk straight out again. This aggravating furball's turned my mood sour as month-old old goat milk. Leffert, Kaita's come all this way to help us. At your request, I might add. She deserves to hear where we stand on the search, at least. Oh. The search is giving me ulcers, is what it is. By all reports, Diabolos is lurking somewhere in the heavens, building up his forces, but the sky is a vast dome, as high as the ocean is deep, and we've not the pirates to scour every damn floating rock. That's when I tried my luck with Radlia. You remember her, don't you? Captain of the Talons, blonde hair, one eye, stole our bloody compass. Well, I've been eavesdropping with that link pearl I slipped into the casing, hoping to catch something useful. But all I've heard from her and her sorry crew is snoring, grumbling, and japes about the Archbishop's holy nethers. What? In the end, it seems we've no choice but to do this the hard way, but a certain mewling annoyance refuses to acknowledge the truth of it. You cannot possibly hope to investigate the entire sky with this meager handful of ne'er-do-wells. I find my suggestion to seek aid from your fellow pirate gangs a perfectly reasonable one under the circumstances. Ah, stow it, you mangy alley cat. You've not the faintest idea of how sky pirates operate. Best case scenario, we'd be locked into a deal to hand over any treasure we find, and that's assuming we weren't laughed out of the room to begin with. You cannot assume that every man and woman shares your base morality. If we but made the attempt, I'm sure we could convince some few of the nobility of our cause. Actually, he's assuming that they have a worse morality than him, for good reason. Hey, Aridel, I hope you're doing well. And so it goes, round and round. Knowing pirates as I do, I find myself siding with the captain on this. But what of you, Caetsu? Any thoughts on the matter? Keep your silence. I don't know. I enjoyed this discussion. Let's let them cook. Let them cook. I'm sure they'll figure something out. We should handle this ourselves. See there? Even Caetsu agrees with me. We proceed as we have been, and try to cover as much sky as possible. However we tackle things, though, we've a long road ahead of us. I'll see if I can't think of a better way to shorten it. You might as well head back to your adventures, Caetsu, unless you're willing to lend us your experience in another matter, that is. Utata, our chief engineer, has been mumbling about the Void Ark and cursing under her breath for days. Might be, as you can, provide some insight into her dilemma. She's conducting her research in the Sea of Clouds, yes? Well, I should rather discuss the properties of the Void Ark there than continue with this fruitless debate. I shall see you down there, Caetsu. I'll walk off in a huff with my tiny feet. My unreasonably tiny feet. Is it just me? I really feel like Cait Sith looks absurdly weird. Like, we've seen some ridiculous minions in the game, but Cait Sith looks like someone was told to design a nightmare creature. Its inspiration on Celtic myth. Oh. I see. Does it look reminiscent of the myth it's based on? Because if it does, then I'll take it back. Yes, apparently they had a good good designer on that. Oh yeah, oops. I could have gotten some XP for Astrologian there. Oh well. How did you get there before me? You. Oh. And he looks at me. What troubles you, Mistress Utata? We were told that some matter regarding the Void Ark was causing you no small measure of grief. Uh-oh. Well, that is quite adorable. Can I have that as an emote? Mistress Utata, what are you... Ugh. Ah, I feel so much better now. My apologies, Cait Sith. You had the misfortune to enter my field of view just as I felt the intense desire to squeeze something warm and fuzzy. It's this damnable ectocompass. I made another one, you see, identical in all respects to the first compass that Radlia stole. But look, it points in a completely different direction to where the Void Ark should currently be. I don't understand what I did wrong. I used the same plans, the same parts. I can imagine that would be infuriating, and you are certain there are no flaws in the design or the materials. positive. I've tweaked and adjusted and replaced every single piece, but it refuses to function as intended. I'm on the verge of tossing the blasted thing over the edge. What do you make of this, Caetsu? What do you make of this, Caetsu? Something may have happened to the Void Ark. Yes, the cause may indeed lie outside the compass itself. We must consider this dilemma from a broader perspective. Might you explain to us the principle by which the ectocompass tracks the Void Ark? It all comes down to an etheric signature. I discovered that the Void Ark is encompassed by an energy of rather peculiar composition, so I simply tuned the compass to follow its unique trail. Could it be that it stemmed from that coffin? An energy of peculiar composition, you say? Of course. The ark was propelled by the siphoned energies of Voidsent. Could it be that the compass was tracking not the vessel itself, but the ether of the entities imprisoned within, that you killed? That would certainly explain why the compass now points in a different direction than one would expect. After all, Diabolos and the Shadow Queen are no longer on board the ark. Are you implying that if we plotted a course based on the readings from the ectocompass, we would arrive on the demon's doorstep, so to speak? Just so, Mistress Utata. Assuming my theory is correct, we no longer require outside assistance to pursue our elusive quarry. Woohoo! Oh, Stacia, what perfect timing. You won't believe the wonderful discovery we've just... Yes? Talon airships have been spotted en route to our nest. If it's revenge they're looking for, we'd best head back and make ready for them. Oh no. Bom 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 bom. That's pretty cool, James. Thank you for sharing. I didn't know that. And yeah, we primarily need the tank and DPS. We have 2 healers and 2 DPS as of right now. And I'll make sure to check if whoever wants to come along when we get to the Alliance raid, so don't worry about that.
Truce, Redbill. We need your help to save Captain Radlia.
You're one of Radlia's favorites. You threaten my crew, steal our compass, and now you come crawling to me for help? What kind of unholy mess have your cretins stumbled into?
Aye, we took your damn compass, but it didn't show us to the ghost ship. We ended up at some moldy old ruins, lousy with void scent. Before we knew it, some sort of spider demon was knocking our ships out of the sky. The 2 of us managed to pull away, but we saw what happened to them, and S got caught on the ground. The captain survived the massacre. She's stuck there with no wings to fly out again.
Skill issue. Why don't you give that link pearl a listen, Captain? Might be as we can learn if Radlia is alive or dead, at least. Ugh, so much buzzing. Can't hear blasted... Wait, I'm getting some words. They're after Mhach artifacts. Damn demons are searching. Hide. And then a bunch of screaming. Seems Radlia is still kicking for now, but who knows for how long. If those screams were an act, then consider me fooled. I don't think the Talons are laying a trap here. Wolf's Den music! I've half a mind to leave Radlia to her fate, but I'd never turn my back on an adventure, especially when the scent of treasure's in the air, eh? Now, tell me where you found these ruins.
You'll help us then? You're a good man, Redbill. We left the captain in the Yafam Saltmoor, just northwest of Mordona.
In Yafam, you say? Then you must speak of the ruined shell of Mhach itself, by Chatoto's black heart. Could they be after the Nullstone?
Did you say Shatoto, Kate Sith? I know Shatoto. What's that, Puss? You think you know what those fiends are after? Right, Utata, see that these talents are patched up, then have the ray mill ready to fly, and don't spare the oil. You know I love to hear her purr. Caetsu, Stacia, bring the furball to my quarters, and we'll have ourselves a chat about our impending trip to Old Ma. I don't mind you playing Gunbreaker, Viek. You can honestly play whichever job you like. As long as you have the level and gear to do it, then that's entirely up to you. Wolf's Den music? Right, Furball, let's see about this artifact that Diablos is looking for.
If I am to speak of the Nullstone, then I must first explain the method by which Mhachi sorcerers would bind the Voidsent into service. The more powerful the Voidsent, the more difficult it is to manifest its presence in this world. Their own immense strength weighs them down like an anchor, you see, preventing them from breaking the surface of our dimension. And that is why they cooperate with mortal sorcerers. A mage can provide a suitable vessel for the summoning, or rip a large enough hole in the fabric of reality for the entity itself to step through. And let me guess, the mage forces the Voidsent to agree to a pact in return for the invitation into our world? That is correct, but it would be foolhardy to expect such devious and malevolent creatures to abide by the spirit of even the most carefully worded contract. Thus did the Mhachi Magi construct an occult device that would more securely bind the Voidsent to their will, a safeguard of sorts, that, to the best of my knowledge, yet lies entombed within the remnants of the ancient city. The Nullstone was seen as a last resort. Should a Voidsent break its pact and turn on its summoner, the mage could use the relic to disperse the very essence of even the most potent entity, obliterating it completely. I can't see the royals of the Void taking too kindly to a threat like that. Seems those sorcerers were just as ruthless as the monsters they summoned. Yeah, it does. When it came to the glory of Ma, the ends justified the means. In any event, we can be certain that Diablo seeks to secure the Nullstone before it falls into mortal hands, thereby ensuring that Scathach will reign unopposed. Alright, so we know what the fiends are after, but what I don't understand is why such a valuable relic was left behind when the mages knew a colossal flood was on the way. Its value was the very reason they chose not to risk its relocation. The Nullstone is kept within a structure constructed for the purpose, secured behind powerful walls and protected by deadly guardians. And with the rising of the waters, they reasoned that the artifact would be sunk along with the city, far beyond the reach of vengeful Voidsent. But now that Yafame is more swamp than sea, the demons only have the wards and the guardians to deal with, and I doubt they'd be wasting their time down there in the mud if they didn't have some trick to break through the wards. Aye, this has become a race to see who can nab the treasure first, which is just the sort of contest a sky pirate lives for. So we slip into the ruins, pinch the relic, then rescue Radlia right from under the fiend's noses.
Well, I suppose we could save her while we're poking around for loot. I'll grab the new compass from Mutato so we know where we're going. Check your weapons, pack your small clothes, and meet me out by the landing when you're ready to fly.
Mm-hmm. We'll fly directly to your fam from here. Once we arrive, you forge ahead with your band of adventurers as you did on the Ark, Caetsu. Just keep slicing into the depths until you reach that nullstone. We don't want to risk getting knocked out of the sky like the Talons, so we'd best land a little ways out from the ruins and head in on foot. The furball here says he knows the place well enough to guide you, so me and the Red Bills will follow behind on rescue duty. You concentrate on smashing a path through to the artifact. We'll check the nooks and crannies for Radley and her crew. Don't let your guard down once you reach the ruins, though, eh? There's likely golems and such in there what are worse than the fiends outside, man. We wouldn't want our hero losing her head now, would we? Yeah, I did hear about that, James. I'm not sure how it should be pronounced, but I mean, Kate Sith doesn't sound too bad. Like, usually I feel like it's a lot more important, or at least a lot more crucial in a way, to get the pronunciation right if something sounds completely impossible to read, if you don't know how. But I don't know how different it is from how it's supposed to sound. It's purely fictional at the end of the day. That's true, but if it's based on something, then there is an argument to be made that someone came first with the pronunciation, right? I can understand the argument. It might be difficult to explain how it is pronounced, though, in text. Right, so the next part, the wiping city of Mhach, is coming up next. I will queue for it shortly. If you want to come along, make your way to Alpha Light on EU and let me know that you're coming. Aside from that, I'll be right back and then we'll go. Alright, I'm back. Hey Rust, hope you're doing well. You can join, Rust. What was your character name again? Sorry.
It's on Alpha Light. Yeah, the Weeping City of Ma. I believe that one is almost more notorious for wiping groups than Dunscaith is at times. Because of the, you know, the one with the zombie mechanic. Exactly, Megadeth. I think it's an interesting mechanic, but it's very counterintuitive, which makes it very scary on a first time round. Like, to survive Megadeth, you have to stand in the bad stuff. You have to stand in the bad stuff to survive Megadeth. That's extremely scary when you're there for the first time, and that's like a typical thing with alliance raids, is that they're made to be beaten in like one go, so it would make sense to make the mechanics somewhat intuitive. But I don't know how they would explain that mechanic so that you get it immediately. Over death. It's more death. Yeah, I don't know, James. The thing is that there are other mechanics in the game that have that sort of gimmick, but it's presented in a different way. If I remember correctly, 04S has a mechanic where you are impervious to death, but it has nothing to do with zombie. But the way that it works is if you don't die before the duration ends, it kills you anyway. Like, it's literally, you have to find a way to get killed, or you have to, or you die, actually. And they reuse that in, I believe they reuse it in Hades Extreme. Exactly, X-Death and Hades. And they're not called zombification. And I believe zombification would also be sort of like inaccurate, because I'm pretty sure in the Wiping City of Ma, it doesn't make you take damage from healing. Which I believe the zombie debuff normally does. Aridel, are you ready? "16 minutes. Bruh. Watch this. I'll use my my secret technique of making the queue pop. I start doing something else. Exactly, it's nearly zombie. I suppose that's true. That also actually leads to a surprise detail to the mechanic, because if you get used to it, that you go, oh, I need to make sure that I get the zombie debuff, so you just stand right in it. You only want to get hit by it once, because if you get hit by more than one of them... Why is everything here part of the fate? I don't want that. But if you get hit twice, you actually become, like, you lose control of your character. Oh, there we go. East Shroud. Let me think. Sylphland. It's somewhere in Sylphland. Don't worry everyone, my genius strategy to make the Q pop is going to work any minute now. Any minute now. I totally know what I'm doing. It is funny with mechanics that can take control of your character, because what it typically does as a result is that it just causes your character to just run up to someone and smack them with your auto attack, which means that it is significantly scarier if like a ranged physical job or a either a ranged physical job or a melee DPS gets like loses control of their character, as opposed to a mage, like a black mage running up to you with that one, and you're probably going to make it. You'll probably be fine, right? So I always notice that it's I wonder. Oh, Ymir says you're back. Are you in game? So waiting queue in that case, would you like to join up again? Because I can leave the queue so you can come in as well if you want. I found a use for Skaith. You're eating dinner. Fair enough. In that case, just welcome back. How far down until? So let's see. That's a dungeon. That's a dungeon. That's a dungeon. That's not a dungeon. So the Tonberries is where it stops. Nasir, Thanalan, Kurthus. Oh, okay, then go to Western Lanacea. Yeah, I get that, Ymir. I usually don't eat and game at the same time either. Salsa spawning grounds. Shelf tooth. Does this count as the spawning grounds? Or is it in here? Where would you find it? Oh, there it is. Take this! Oh, it didn't even kill. Are you serious? Wow, Skaith, you had one job. Wow. Was that it? I need one more. Excuse me? Anyone in here? Why is there just an empty room? Where do you find a shelf tooth? Where do the shelf tooth live? Do you even shelf tooth, bro? Boink. Boink. Bruh. Poor Skaith. Southern Thanalan. Southern Thanalan. Don't worry, it'll happen eventually, I'm sure. Look, there it is. The game was just waiting for me to get invested enough in my hunt log that I would be surprised when it popped. Totally. Well, I mean, I think I have a massive advantage given that we're queuing in 6.5 where they made the rework to Alliance Raid roulette. I think that might have an impact on it. Like, I'm pretty sure. Uh-oh. Hey Fila, haven't tried the Alliance Raid Roulette ever since the patch dropped. Can we notice the difference easily? I don't know, but I would assume that it would be rather obvious. The key thing that I've heard people say is a problem with the rework is that if you're a new player, right? You're progressing through Heavensward, but you like to do like daily roulettes, as you do, like Crystal Tower roulette essentially. If your character reaches level 60, then you can, well, like if your job specifically reaches level 60, then you can no longer queue for Alliance Raid Roulette because your gear will be too weak assuming that you're still making your way through the alliance through the MSQ. Which, understandably, some new players might find very annoying. On the other hand, I mean, if you're 10 levels ahead of your MSQ, or 5 levels ahead of your MSQ, however it is, since you would easily have the gear you need if you have reached Idleshire, if you're so many levels ahead of the MSQ that this becomes a problem, then, I mean, maybe it's time that you, like, focus on the MSQ for a little bit. Yeah, so I don't think it's too big of a deal. I understand that it's quite annoying, but I feel like it's a reasonable sacrifice. Because the thing is, they can also just, you know, pick up a level 50 job. Given that 6.5 included the addition of Stormblood to the free trials of the critically acclaimed MMO, you can just pick up Red Mage or Samurai if you want to queue for your Alliance Raid Roulette. Both of those are eligible right out the box. Whee! Ah. Ow. Exactly. Just in general, I feel like that the benefits outweigh the sacrifices made for this. But it is mildly annoying, I'm sure. But I do feel like it also underlines what the... Are you kidding me? What the developers would like you to do. Because they would like you to do the MSQ rather than the roulette if you're that far ahead, right? I would at least imagine so. I think this has been the saddest ley lines I've had so far. It's the glare! If you have the road to 80 buff, you can level 3 or 4 jobs at the same time and keep them up to date. Yeah, especially if you're like doing roulettes alongside it. They had the right idea, I guess. The red mage just running for their life. The boss died, fell down, and was like, wait, why did I fall down? Oh, right, and then they died. Yeah, if you're casually playing through Final Fantasy XIV and you're making use of the dailies and stuff, and you have the Road to 80 buff, you can probably keep like a whole army of jobs leveled up with no problems. But I can understand that it'll feel a little bit like a betrayal that suddenly you can't queue with for alliance raid with your favorite job. But the key thing is that it is about whether you're making use of the like daily XP options, because Smol Kai leveled Dragoon, pretty much just Dragoon, through the MSQ and reached level 90 a few levels before Endwalker ended. So with all of the XP just funneled into one and only one job, we still managed to, like, not waste most of it, you could say. I was really hoping it would hit both of the ghosts. But yeah, so I do think that a huge part of it also stems from making use of your daily options. But so far, that part where if you haven't actually reached the part in the MSQ where you would feasibly be able to get the item level you need to continue the Alliance Raid Roulette past level 59, for example, that is one inconvenience. But another inconvenience that that is a lot more concerning to me, and I mentioned this previously as well. Technically, you could completely bypass the problem that, oh no, you can't cheese and avoid the higher level alliance raids because your item level is enforced to be high enough like that. But there's nothing in the game saying that you have to have unlocked the alliance raids, which means that it technically kind of incentivizes new players that want to optimize, I guess, and don't want to have the more difficult alliance raids. They will be incentivized to just not unlock them. Now, of course, and this is the thing, is that in my video where I talked about this subject, I said that what we need is simultaneously a good reason to do the higher level alliance raids, and also sort of like an enforcement might also help. But primarily, it's better to like incentivize the players to do it because they want the reward, as opposed to forcing them to do it so they'll just find some other means to dodge it. And ultimately, the solution that we've seen in the game is a little bit of both. A little bit of both. Because we're having the... we're having both an enforcement demanding that you do it, and also a better reward. So that's the thing, really, is that I'm saying technically a new player might be incentivized to specifically not unlock the later alliance raids, because that means they don't have to get them in the queue. On the other hand, why would you? The rewards are just as good. Or they are competitive, I should say, probably. So it's probably fine. Oh. Well. Let's see, we only want one of them. Oh, our tank died. Ow. I was really hoping I wasn't in that, but I guess I was. Give me that gradual zombie. I think our tank doesn't get it. Put good mounts or glamours in the raids and people will do them. Well, they could do that. They have actually put unique minions in them. That's the thing, is that one thing is putting some incentive in there, another thing is putting an incentive that is reasonable based on like what it is in there. Because you can put a really good glamour in there. The thing is that what the alliance raids actually need to get people to do them at all. Well, actually, now that now that I think about it, Steve, you might be onto something. You don't need people. You don't need a repeatable reward. You just need a reward that is good enough that people will want to do it. Like, for example, the Nier Automata that gives the 2B outfit that people often want. That is incentive enough to unlock Copied Factory. And once you've unlocked Copied Factory, it's no backsies. Now you have it. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy. And if the whole the whole aim in that situation is to make sure that people actually unlock the content, well, that's enough. You just need to, like, at the end of the storyline for an alliance raid, just give them some sort of reward, so that you want to do it. Like, that might, like, if that ends up being the problem, then the motivation would be to just add, like, at the end of each of the alliance raid series, add some sort of really cool reward. So that if people feel incentivized to, like, pick up the alliance raid in the first place, you just need them to do it once. Now it's on your alliance raid list, which is actually pretty genius. I wonder if each of the alliance raids already have enough in that regard, or whether there might be a reason to, like, add that retroactively in a way. I want my shorts drop. Well, maybe you put a belt on. Maybe the thing that it needs to drop from, put a belt on. Just make sure, Ymir, that whatever role the item you want is for, make sure to keep doing the raid as that. It would suck so much if, when it finally drops, you're the wrong job, so that someone else just needs on it and yoinks it. Especially because in alliance raids, people are very, very likely to just need everything they can. Rather, they have no reason to not need on everything that they can, so they will. Whoop. Look at me, I learned what the pyramid shape means. I did the thing. No! My MP! I wanted to finish my B3! Oh. You know, Steve, I have actually heard in relation to that Alliance raid video, a bunch of people that said that they didn't realize that the Void Arc or the Shadow of Mhach series existed at all. They were like, some of them were made aware that it existed when the Tataru quest line in Endwalker went like, oh, by the way, you have to do this. That's when they realized, oh, there is such an Alliance raid, I didn't even know. On the one hand, you could argue that, well, obviously, you know, there's a trial series, there's a raid series. Of course, there would also be an Alliance raid series for every expansion, right? Surely it's obvious, right? But it's only obvious because we already know that it's there. I hope this is close enough. Ow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Tank on the ow. Ow. If I remember correctly, I also found the Shadow of Mhach by accident. Because back in Heavensward, I was still the kind of player, or well, back when I completed Heavensward in Stormblood, I was still the kind of player that would pick up... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that is really, really bad. I think... but I was still the kind of player that picked up all plus quests. Like, no, I wasn't picking up all quests anymore by that point, but I was picking up all plus quests. Just in case it unlocked something cool, right? That also led to, by the way, my first experience of an extreme trial was ending up in Ultima's Bane. By queuing for it. And when I realized how difficult the mechanic was, or the mechanics were, and how brutally punishing it was, I realized, oh, I should maybe not have queued for that. But at least the group tried. And it was also back in Stormblood, I believe. And here comes Hare, the boss. How does this even work, the boss? Also a good option for a name. What I'm thinking about is, why is she angled like that? Like, wouldn't it be easier to fight us with if you were like up straight or something? I'm just asking, but like, is there a specific reason why you're angled like that? Is it like only your hair that floats? So it's like floating up your back like that? Or is it even worse than that? It's actually your behind that is floating, so you're like trying your best to look at us. Uh-oh. Ow. That is a long chase. Dancing Mad. Isn't that the song? Isn't that the name of the song from Kafka's raid? Or Kafka's Encounter? Well, I suppose you could almost just call it Kafka's theme in a way, right? Ow. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think I'm... Oh, thank you. I was confident I was dead there. I have 3 bone stacks. I had a dart. I was low on HP, everything. I think something's coming from behind. They call me the Collector. Steve says, good thing about dance, you can run like that and still do all your DPS. Smash cut to a summoner. Like, yes, I'm a caster. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, you can't die it, so... Eh. Onwards we go. Did everyone give commendations to the tank? Did everyone make sure to give the tank a commendation? So this is the heart of the ruins, eh? You've done a fine job dismantling the defenses, Caetsu. I only wish we could say we had the same success, but Radlia and her talents were nowhere to be found. Yes, it is quite distressing, but we must focus on claiming the prize at hand. The null stone is ours. And then it wasn't. It almost looked like the null stone was like shrinking as it approached Cases.
You've left me such an inviting trail of destruction to follow. I see you found the relic then. Wonderful. Lord Diablos will be so pleased. And look here, I've brought you a gift as thanks for all your hard work.
Bruh.
This is the lovely lass you've been oh so desperately seeking, isn't it? Unless you wish to see her rent limb from limb, then you will hand over the null stone.
Well... I just want to remind you all that in the future, she keeps being a pain for this entire crew. Despite all of that. Despite all this, she continues to be annoying and a problem instead of just leaving Lifford alone. It's quite incredible. You think I care about her worthless limbs? That woman's done naught but cause us grief, and I just thought to crow over her grave. The ultra bluff. Don't give me that look, Radlia. What? You thought I was here to save your sorry hide? You've never been aught but an obstacle to me. Do you remember the first time we met? You were roaring with laughter at the sight of all them elegant relics until I used your pretty blonde head as a stepping stone. Damn you, you selfish bastard. Damn me for expecting you to act any different. If I had my weapons, I'd blow a bloody hole in your belly. That would actually be bloody for once. And thank you, Drip Power. Thank you so much. Have you forgotten how awful a shot you are? Not much of a threat when I've seen you miss the side of a cathedral at 10 yalms.
Silence, you grinning fool. You've ruined my moment, and now I'll ruin your smirking face.
Now, Puss.
What? Ah, it burns!
This world is not your stage, unholy harlequin. Be gone from our realm.
Oof.
A clever farce, mortals, but the show is not over. Not until you scream.
The bugger got away, and I think we'd best do the same. Weird, there's a little bat over there. I wonder who that might be. VX says this run was broken, by the way. Less than half the players died to Megadeath. Maybe the world is healing. Maybe players have started to relearn how these old alliance raids work now that they sometimes randomly get dropped in them more often. Maybe one day it won't be wiping City of Ma anymore. Now that was some excitement, wasn't it, Caetsu? Probably a little too much for Radlia, but we gave her a bed to sleep off the worst of her ordeal. She'll likely be back to her usual cheerful self in no time. Quite a successful jaunt, all told. You and me, we make a pretty good partnership. You killing everything and me just being me. But I've got words for you, Furball. You said that relic would obliterate our voice end completely. Seems to me that foppish fiend just got scorched before he slipped away. Oh, that was scarcely a fraction of the Nullstone's true power. Once I have learned how to unleash its full potential, such demons shall be consumed like gnats caught in a bonfire. So you're telling me our secret weapon ain't ready for battle? You might as well be wielding a blunted sword. Might I remind you that this blunted sword stung our foe sufficiently to free the lady pirate? A result we could not have achieved with your blustering words alone. Ugh, I was ready to flee without Radley if things took a turn for the worse. But you're right, you had the presence of mind to take advantage of my bluff, and it was your actions that saved her in the end. Take the compliment. Ymir says Kai isn't a white mage? Correct? What do you mean? I'm a black mage. Oh, presence of mind. Well, maybe Caetsu is a white mage. We might be waiting a while before Radlia finally decides to wake up, but not so long that you've got time to flit away on some other adventure. Come join me in my quarters, and we can ask her a few questions as soon as she's ready to talk. We're just sitting by her bed, just waiting. The moment she wakes up, we're like, we have an offer for you. Hey Sip, do you want to join for doing skate? Oh there, Caetsu. Might as well make yourself comfortable while we wait on Radlia. Besides, after fighting through them ruins, I'll wager you could use a rest. I'll make sure to keep a space for you, Sip. Where's the rest of my crew? Surely there were other survivors. Tell me, Radlia, what drove you to risk exploring Old Ma? The compass sent you there, aye, but you were after the Void Ark. You knew something, didn't you? I found a book. We were looting these strange ruins in the Sea of Clouds, and one of the lads dug up a tome. It had passages that described the Void Ark and a powerful relic called the Nullstone.
A tome scribed by a Magi sorcerer, mayhap? Captain, would you happen to know the author of this work?
The words are muddled by obscuring magics, and 1500 years have faded its pages. There is much that remains illegible, but what little my darling cutthroats and I could decipher suggests it was written by a mage of exceptional status.
Blab.
A big book. See for yourself. If what the book says is true, the Ark is a source of immeasurable power. With that ship under my command and the mysteries of Ma in my possession, I'd thought to crown myself Queen of the Skies. And look how well that turned out. What manner of sky pirate, what manner of queen can't even keep her own crew alive? I don't know.
Radlia, is it not? Would I be correct in assuming that you seek revenge against the Voidsent who slaughtered your comrades?
The table didn't do it. Of course I want revenge. That hellspawn shite gobbler killed my crew. I don't know for certain if he is exactly what you said there, but okay then. If he were right here right now, I'd gouge out his eyes and choke him to death with my bare bloody hands. Your hands would definitely be bloody after that.
You're not alone in your desire to bring an end to these abominations, Captain. Will you not join us in our endeavor to secure peace for the skies? Will you not join the Talon's strength to ours?
Blink. What strength? The way things are right now, I doubt I could keep the peace in a monastery.
Oh.
This has not to do with personal grudges either. I just don't have the men. All my best fighters died in the ruins, and the dregs that are left are scarce sharp enough to be called talons. Well then. Did you leave your spine back in them ruins, Radlia? You've had your wings clipped, and no mistake. But that's no reason to give up the life. I thought we'd rescued a sky pirate, not some cur that turns tail when a pack ain't there to bite for, huh? Bruh. I know what you're trying to do, Red Bill, but I've lost my taste for glory. You can have the cursed book. Just be sure to make that bastard pay. I'ma head out now.
How am I going to open this book with my tiny hands?
Hey, Furball, how quickly do you think you can decipher that radial tome? I need you to figure out exactly how your relic works. Aye, you said that one fiend squealing in fear, but that ain't enough. From what you've told me, we'll need to aim for some of that obliteration if we're going to take on the Shadow Queen. The rest of you, put everything you've got into what you do best, be that research or blade work. Overdoing it is doing it just right, if you get my meaning. Not. I'll decorate my walls with Voidsent heads if I have to. The sky should belong to no one. That's the spirit, Leffert? And you're telling me it wasn't a bat? No way!
The Nullstone hath fallen into mortal hands.
1,000 apologies, Lord Diabolos. I shall personally wring each and every one of their scrawny necks. With the scythe?
The time for skulking in shadows hath ended. I'm grown weary of these meddling vermin. It's particularly annoying because I don't have lips. The power of the Shadow Queen waxeth full. Soon mine ardent desire shall pass from dream into dark reality.
We just get booted out here again.
Caetsu, Kate Sith just sent me out to find you. You have a proper knack for showing up. You have a proper knack for showing up at just the right time, you know that? Anyway, Kate Sith cracked open that tome in what we got from Radlier and has been studying all the Nullstone secrets. He thinks he may be onto something important. Not just concerning Diabolos and the Shadow Queen, but also the cat himself. Come on back to the Parrock, and we can all hear what he has to say together.
Why can only you be on the table? I also want to be on the table, Kate says. Why? Why are you bogarting the standing on the table?
As I suspected, this tome was penned by a Mhachi sorcerer of superior standing, as well as detailing the methods by which the full power of the Nullstone might be unleashed. Its pages also contain a number of revelations concerning my master, High Void Mage Cessair. If these histories are to be trusted, then it seems that Cessair herself was responsible for summoning Diabolos. But I thought you said your master was opposed to supporting the war effort. Why would she be the one to call up that bat-winged monster?
Is that the new summoner relic weapon? Bom bom. It's a little big.
Cessair only agreed to the ritual as a means to bring the conflict to an early resolution. From what I can glean from these pages, Diabolos was intended as a bluff, a threat that was never to be exercised. Curse my tiny hands! But those arrogant imbeciles ignored my master's carefully laid restrictions and elected to unleash the fiend upon Amdapor. And when Cessair moved to protest this act, it was when... Let me try that again. But those arrogant imbeciles ignored my master's carefully laid restrictions and elected to unleash the fiend upon Amdapor. It was when Cessair moved to protest this act that she was branded a traitor and imprisoned. Once they had contained the opposition, the Void Mages studied all manner of otherworldly arts at the talent feet of their new pet. The most dangerous of which was the rite for summoning Scathach, and the method for chaining her power. Yet even after all they had perpetrated, these ambitious fools had the gall to come crawling to Cessair when the coming of the Great Floods was predicted. They begged her to take control of the Void Ark for the salvation of the Mhachi people. As you saw for yourself, however, the energies of the Shadow Queen broke loose and turned the vessel into a derelict nest of void scent. It seems obvious now that the arts taught by Diablos were deliberately flawed. The only saving grace in all this madness was when that damnable fiend was sealed away by the white mages of Amdapor. I shudder to think what would have happened had he been reunited with his queen. So now, 1500 years later, Diablos is looking to finish what he started. I thought the bad-faced bastard was just some opportunistic underling, but it turns out he's the main villain behind this whole mess.
Wolf's Den music! Come on!
With Cecile alive today, she would accept responsibility for unleashing Diabolos upon the world. As the High Void Mage's familiar, it is my duty to act in her stead. I have deciphered the secrets of the Nullstone, and with its undiluted power shall I raise Diabolos from existence.
Huh, I like your spirit, Buzz, but try not to rush in too quickly, eh? Getting yourself killed won't do us, or your master, any good.
Wait. No one's rushing in anywhere just yet. Or have you forgotten that we're still in the middle of scouting out the fiend's lair? We've got the compass to go by, eh? But who knows what kind of place it'll lead us to, or how many demons will be lying in wait when we get there. We fly in with our eyes open, or risk getting slaughtered just like the Talons. Oh, yes, speaking of which, the tome made mention of a potential location for...
Uh-oh.
I've got my stick!
Oh.
Clifford!
Ouch. Behind, he's behind you.
Ah, curse you, fiend!
Well then.
At last, at long last. I have the staff, I can finally get lips. My teeth are so dry from breathing at them.
This is far from over, demon. We'll not allow an abomination like the Shadow Queen to rule this world.
Then thou knowest naught of ruling. It is might which decideth dominion. But believe what thou mayest, frail creature. You are playthings. Your screams of denial shall amuse me as I send this rock and all upon it to shatter upon the ground below. Ow. Curse you, and bringing a single machinist with an interrupt. I should have seen that coming.
Gods, is that Radlia? Where's she been hiding that ship?
It's the long snoot ship. I would not tire my arm with the swatting of so many flies. The Nullstone is mine, and there's yet much to be done.
Yeah, Bozoi ship.
Oh, didn't I do it for you?
Exactly, it sure did do it for us. Gazel says, perhaps we should strengthen the handrails before departing. No, I'm sure it'll be fine. Well, ain't I a lucky sort? 2 demons in 1 day. Found some new dogs to lick your boots, Radlia?
Is that any way to welcome me back to the life? You needed allies, and persuading our reluctant fellows to join in common purpose is a feat only a woman of my charming beauty could accomplish. And besides, you look too injured to be of much use to anyone. You'd best take to your bed, old man, and let me and your champion there take care of the Voidsent. What? So you can tuck tail and run again at the first sign of trouble? You'd not even be standing there if it weren't for me, and even with my arm busted up, I'm still twice the pirate you are. Wow. Nay, I think you should stay behind this time, Lilford. We must pursue Diabolos without you.
Bruh.
Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to wait for you to heal. We must take advantage of Captain Radley's reinforcements and proceed with all haste.
Did the demon drop you on your head, Furball? Without me there to run things, you'll just end up getting in Caetsu's way, and no one's making haste anywhere until we know what we're flying into.
Again, Captain Radley may hold the answer to that dilemma. I suspect that the island where she uncovered the Machi's tome is the very location where Diabolos has chosen to lair. This floating marvel I speak of is not a natural occurrence. It was constructed as a haven for refugees of the floods. The tome makes very clear reference to the island's purpose and describes in detail the Voidsent sorcery employed in its creation. As the Void Ark never arrived at its destination, however, the island remained uninhabited. I can imagine no more suitable hideaway for a scheming fiend. Even better, Diabolos will not expect us to suddenly arrive on his secluded doorstep. The Talon fleet will carve us a path through the lesser fiends, and we shall strike swiftly into the heart of the confusion to seize the Nullstone. Once the relic is secured, I will use its power to obliterate our devilish foe. As a sky pirate, surely you understand how such an assault relies on speed and surprise. We cannot have a wounded companion slow us down, and potentially doom the entire enterprise.
So you think you're in charge now, do you, Buzz? Poor broken loaf has just some dead weight you need to cut away. You know what? I've had a bellyful of your mewling in any case. Go on, fly off without me and see how far you get with your thrice-damned enterprise. Right? You're offended? Good. We don't want you anyway. That was the whole point of this. Captain Radlier, compare the direction indicated by the ecto compass with your navigational records, if you please. I think we'll find the coordinates coincide with the island in question. Certainly, and feel free to board our flagship when you're set to depart. My darling's large enough to accommodate your adventurer and her fellows with room to spare. Boom. Let me make a ready check. Is everyone here? I'm walking on air. Well, we're 8. Easy. You have less charm than a bottle of spoiled milk. Oof. So about the reinforcement of the handrails, Gazel. Did anyone a crafter? Any crafters on board? No? Oh. A level 90 alchemist? That'll help. I think we need like a level 90 construction worker for that. Hey Tristan, how are you doing? We've not wiped so far, but that could quickly change. So about the handrails thing. Oh man. You know, those ley lines are just a lost cause. Oop. Who needs handrails? They only get in the way of you falling. Why would you want handrails? That would just help you avoid dying. Tornadoes! Doomsday! Oh, nice. I think the boss is giving me a nice time this time. Hopefully. Don't get mean on me, Death Gaze Hollow. If you know what's good for you. Uh-oh. I have seen people get yeeted by the Void Arrow because people don't realize it's a knockback and things like that. Oh. You know, one thing that I always get really concerned about in an encounter like this one is when one person gets like something that you need an Asuna to get rid of. Like, there's such a huge chance that you just get forgotten. Like, no one cares, so you just die. But not only did I get an Asuna, but Aerodil also gave me Warden's Paean. So thank you. I feel much safer now. I think the thing that tends to kill most often in that particular encounter is the double pull-in. Because it doesn't really have any good indicator that it's going to pull in twice. Hey Mixed Meta, I hope you're doing well. Brave souls, I salute you. Exactly, Emir. That's actually the thing with casting healing spells in general, or support spells, is, you know what's a bigger DPS loss than casting a defensive spell? Dying. It might not be a DPS loss for you, but it will be a DPS loss for someone. And typically, a DPS loss for the random DPS that dies is a bigger DPS loss than the potential gain from casting Glare for a White Mage. But looking strictly at DPS meters in this way can often make you forget that. I remember, like, speaking of which, slight subject change, but still kind of. When Monster Hunter World came to PC, which was, I believe, the first Monster Hunter ever on PC, naturally, one of the mods that came to World was a DPS meter. And you would be correct that some players completely misunderstood the point, because in Monster Hunter, some weapons aren't meant to do as much damage. Like, some weapons have an advantage of being, you know, for example, better at support. And sometimes you will do less damage simply because the monster decided to attack you a lot. And you just can't get around that. Like, sometimes the reason you're top damage dealer isn't your fault. It's just that everyone else was occupied for one reason or another. And it's kind of comparable, right? You're asking a lot of players to not be optimal there. Well... Oh, I think I read that wrong. Yup. Oh no. Well, this is the world we live in. Monster kill, kill, kill. Well, what I mean by that, James, is not that people misunderstood the DPS meters, as in they were just ignoring like monster mechanics and just dying because they were foolish. More so that they would be like, this weapon is worthless because it does less damage than this weapon, completely ignoring that, you know, there are other things than maximum damage potential and things like that. Like the Sword and Shield example. And it's more consistent, but it might not have the highest damage potential. I think it's pretty good though. I'm pretty sure Sword and Shield is perfectly fine. Bruh. I almost were allowed to cast that. Almost. Nice. I think we got it right this time. Hey Asher, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, my point was exactly that. DPS meters mean that you're tracking one thing, like just one thing, and that isn't always healthy, especially in a game where there's other things that matter. Oh, it's big fat tacos time. Ah! Perfect. I guess you're right on that, Matthew. It's mostly just like a bit of the choir in the background, right? That's fine, Emir. We can just make our own big fat tacos with beans. Wow. Was that the double Reaper limit break? Just perfectly spaced? And look, that sounded very cool at the very least. A triple red mage limit break. Oh no. Yes, right on my ley lines, of course. I was using those, Gathach. You know? Rude? Hmm. "30 arrows. Specifically 30. Hmm. 30 arrows. Uh-oh. Run away. Run away. Oh! Kill the hands, kill the hands. Make sure to look at the hand. If you don't look at the hand, then you die. And then you look very silly. Because you died to something that you just had to look at. You had one job. Yeah, 30 arrows splitting up into 8. That's like isn't Tenkagoken? I'm pretty sure that's specifically 5. Isn't that 5? But because of the adjustment so that's a full circle AoE, it splits into 8 now. It's like 30 arrows, nope, 8. Okay, 5 lines of damage from the samurai, nope, 8. Maybe that's why people got so confused in regards to to construct 7. But when you use numbers, it's never the number you're saying it is. So how would we know? 30 souls. But how many souls are it actually? I'm pretty sure it's like 24. "30 more souls." Anyone want a limit break? I would have done it, but we have a Reaper, so... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, ow. Owie. Look, an ad! Except the boss is dead. Emir says, who is Twin Tanya? It's one of the dragons from Coils of Bahamut. I mean, yeah, I've seen people LB for more. Like I've seen red mages use limit break as they get knocked off the arena, and they see it coming, so they're like halfway through their cast, like finish limit break or live, and they finish limit break anyway. can't unblind yourself. Oh, he got stunned. Fair enough. I had completely forgotten that was even an option. Yes, Alliance Raid boss. You can stun it. And he got stunned again. Poor guy. Reaper limit break into touchdown. These bars are unbreakable. Limit break. I think it's very interesting that there are so many attacks that are like named after fear of some sort, like terror or fear, where what you need to do to deal with the mechanic is actually run up to the monster, like face your fear, because it's a donut AoE. Touchdown. Imia, if you've done P10, touchdown is the attack P10 uses where the entire arena becomes, you know, the black and red marker, where you have to run off to one of the side platforms. Oops. I can't remember how many times we have to kill it. How many times must we teach you this lesson, old man? Old life gate? Okay, it's 4. I got confused because I was confident that it was just 3. I love the young people. Fusion! Ha! I don't think that'll hit me. Isn't that a tank buster? Wait, I think that's a tank buster. Tank dies. Yeah, exactly. I got my answer. I think that's a tank buster. Correct. 10 points to Gryffindor. I'm mildly concerned, but I think I'll be fine. Probably. Zephyr asks, has a healer ever dragged me out of ley lines with rescue? Not not really. I haven't had that issue, but I can absolutely envision it because I've seen tanks that refused to tank stuff in a Doton, like a ninja Doton, because the tank insisted that no, it looks like bad stuff, so I refuse to stand in it, even though the ninja just explained, it's my stuff, just stand in it. Uh-oh, I just spent my sprint. Ow. Ow. Hollow man, hollow man. He's using double edge. That's a move that hurts you with retaliation. Oh, I got rescued. Thank you. Ow. Was there an Earthshaker on me? I couldn't see it. Yeah, it was a line AoE, Rust. Earthshaker is, you saw those like white markers? They're usually called Earthshaker, and that's cone AoEs out from the boss. And if two of them are like in line with each other, that is very good chance that you're going to die if you're, you know, not a tank. Yeah, so I was suggesting maybe one of them was on me, because normally people are pretty good about spreading. Emil says, I got in an argument about Doton the other day. How so? I suppose, Viek, that it felt like you heard everything with a massive delay. But I could understand why you would set it up like that, because otherwise you would hear everything double. The ninja wasn't using Raiton and only using Doton. Oh no. The exclusive single target Doton.
Do not relax your guard yet, Kaitsu. The air is still heavy with his foul presence.
Already taken care of the fiend, have you? And you didn't even need that dusty old relic to do it.
Be careful, Captain. Diabolos yet lurks in the shadows.
Hello, Blap.
Roasted. Toasty.
Finally have I claimed the Shadow Queen's power for mine own, yet still am I harried by your noisome weevils.
What?
I must needs quit this realm for a time, and when I have grown accustomed to my newfound might, there shall be a reckoning for your insolence.
This ain't the time for napping, Furball. You've still got a job to do. Someone said. There he is.
Blap.
Don't you realize I'm still busy being roasted? Aye, my work here is unfinished. In Caesar's name, I unmake thee, Diabolos. My master's will be done. I'm a fire in my laser!
Roar! For 15 centuries have I yearned for this power. Thou canst not unmake me. No! No!
Nice.
Now I can go back to being roasted. Like that.
My glasses. Ugh. I should have known we were wasting our breath. The captain only heeds the siren in his heart, and damn the consequences. I told you you'd be lost without me, didn't I? And look at you, Puss, getting knocked out cold in your moment of glory. You weren't like to get another chance to honor your master's memory, and you almost missed it. But I suppose you pulled through at the last, I'll give you that much. Didn't I do it for you? Spare me your concern and your lectures. You all knew I wasn't like to stay abed with such a grand adventure in the making. And I'd rather break every bone in my body than be stripped of the freedom to go where I please. Besides, all's well that ends well, eh? Diabolos is dead and we're still alive. That counts as a victory in my book. It's just a pity. It's just a pity that it cost me the Araimiel in the doing of it. I hope she rests easy on that island refuge. Oh, look, music. Hey, Nicholas. I hope you're doing well.
My fingers. They're clipping through my shoulder. Ah, so it smarts.
Owie! Ugh, my goggles are a mess, but I can always get me a new pair of goggles. And a new ship. I suppose we should be glad we didn't lose aught else after diving headlong into a voidsent nest. Now that we've taken the skies back, it's time we were taking our leave. The Talons and the Red Bills can kiss this brief alliance farewell. Unless, of course, you're interested in a more permanent arrangement. Your bootleggers might think your voice a siren song, but it grates on my ears like a harpy screech. No, this is the first and last time we fly together. We're back to being rivals, the way it's always been. You are a very stubborn man, Red Bill, but you'd do well to remember, I always get what I want in the end. If you say so. Oh, I'm still toasted. Head back to my headquarters and see to the farewell toads. I'll be along in a bit. I feel so foolish, Caetsu. I demanded that Leofert remain behind, only to have him rescue my mission from certain failure. A failure that would have made mock of your heroic efforts as well. You're too kind. What words exist that can properly express my contrition? I know not how to even begin making my apologies. I should like to approach the captain, but he has the air of a man who seeks solitude. 'Tis strange to see him so melancholy. Could it be the loss of the ray meal which troubles him so? Nay, I shan't intrude upon his contemplation with clumsy questions and trite platitudes. Let's leave him be for the moment. Anyway, bye. Well, in retrospect, Steve, we did get the Borzoi ship from her presence, so maybe it was for the best. Oh, I'm still toasted. Mistress Stacia, if I might ask you a question, do you know the cause of the captain's melancholy? Is it because of the ray meal? Pray tell me if it is so. I cannot help but feel responsible for the vessel's destruction, and I would better understand Leofert's present distress. If you really want to understand, I suppose I should start with how the captain was orphaned as a child. As matters turned out, he was taken in by a high-born widow who raised him as her son. From what Leofert has told me, his adoptive mother was a kind, quiet-spoken woman, but due to some illness or other, she was rarely able to venture outside. Instead, she spent hours reading to her boy from a library well stocked with books from faraway lands. Leofert cared for her as her malady grew worse by the day, and he was there by her side when death finally carried her away to Thal's halls. Thal's halls? While she was alive, she never did ask much of him. Not long before she passed on, however, she wrung from him one single promise, that he escape the conformity that she had always endured, and live his life as free as a bird. As you've likely guessed, her name was Raymil. That's a portrait there hanging on the wall. Ah, that explains much. I had wondered as to the origin of this vessel's naming. The Sky Pirate Way is a life Leofert chose for himself, but I like to think he named his ship the Raymil so that his mother would be there to watch over all of his adventures. Since when were you so loose-lipped about a comrade's private past, Stacia? Well, I ain't in the habit of leaning on people's sympathies, so you can all keep that tidbit to yourselves, eh? And I thought I told you to cease with the Furbolg's wounds. Look at your cape, Puss. It's in tatters. Come here a moment. In tatters. A scarf? For me? Master has given Dobby a toy. A piece of clothing. Aye, that's a little present we give to every new Red Bill. Remil taught me that it's not protecting memories that's important. It's having the strength to follow your path and make those memories in the first place. Seeing how determined you were to clean your master's slate, I'd say you'd fit right in with our crew. Listen, if you're thinking that little airship meant a lot to me, then you'd be right. But I'd rather mourn a hunk of metal than lose them as can Shan me highs and lows. So let's get this straight, Puss. There's no need for apologies. A sky pirate makes his choice and he sticks by it. The life of a sky pirate, huh? As I seem to be bereft of both place and purpose now, I suppose I shall accept your offer. I am yours to command, Captain. I'm glad to hear it. Your first duty is to join us in giving our adventurer here a proper send-off. Well, it's about bloody time you two saw eye to eye, but honestly, Captain, you don't mean to head out in those rags, do you? Let's get you cleaned up as well before we say our fond farewells.
Oh, I'm also toasted. I completely forgot.
I'm not toasted. It's time we parted ways, Caetsu. Let's give you an escort down to Coldwind. That was some adventure, Caetsu, but our journey into the unknown is over. For the now, when the skies spit out some new mystery, you can bet that I'm coming to find you. After all, there ain't nobody else who handles the unexpected quite like you do. High adventure and the heady rush of danger. Surely in this life there's no greater reward. Ding. Caetsu just standing on the vessel. That's safe. They couldn't be bothered to make a sitting pose for me, so I'll just stand here. Don't worry about it.
A scarf.
Yeah, screw gravity, exactly. Right, I'll be right back, and then we'll continue with something. Alright, I'm back. So, we finished the Shadow of Mhach. I believe that was longer than the trials, right? From last week? I'm pretty sure that was longer. Hmm. Hmm. Possibly because of queues, yeah. I don't know if the story was longer in either direction, so I wouldn't be certain on that. Hmm. 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 Right. So, oh, that outfit looks familiar. We finished the Alliance raid, which means that for the remainder of the stream, we'll mainly just be leveling some more Astrologian. Oh boy, I need to find a mender. Yeah, that is the plan. And that, of course, also means that... So, we had a little vote on this. Basically, we will be leveling Astrologian to 70 before we start on the Stormblood things. Like trials and... Wait. Trials and raids and so on. So that we can use Astrologian for it. That does mean that we will have some streams of leveling, which may be interspersed with a stream of doing 6.5. But not yet. I think it's a good idea that we wait a few weeks so people have a chance to get 6.5 done in their own time. Hmm. 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 Right. Astrologian is not actually high enough level to do any 8-man content. So I think we would have to regroup to a 4-man party. Whoever wants to join. I don't know if there's anyone in particular that don't want to come along for a leveling roulette. But if you don't want to come along for a leveling roulette, then yeah, I think that's what we're starting with. Hmm. Oh. Look, well, that kinda solves that then. Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, I think we will start with leveling and then we'll do frontline. And then if we actually get Astrologian high enough to do some of the other roulettes, we might just do them. And I would, as always, want to bring as many people with me as possible. Well, at least I still have essential dignity. Good old Copperbell Mines. Good old Copperbell Mines with the randomly resetting mobs. I'm surprised that you're not taking more damage with the entire hallway worth of mobs. You used a potion. Ah. The only dungeon with resetting mobs. Fun fact. The frogs in the first room of Aurum Vale reset if you run into the boss room and they try to chase you in there. Ow. Flap. I didn't have to cast any healing. The reason why it is relevant that the frogs reset in Aurum Vale if you enter the boss room is because the easiest way to pull that entire room and just pass is by just pulling whatever you do as you like hold to the left up against the wall, and then just line of sight the ranged mobs, get them into the boss room, and then the frogs incidentally don't want to follow you for some reason. But Copperbell Mines has a very significant mob resetting problem. Look at this. It's the Blob. You know, of all the boss reworks they did, this one was probably for the better. Like, I mean, they could have done it in a way that was, like, more in the spirit of what the fight originally was, but I feel like there was hardly any way that they could have made the original fight fun in a modern sense. Because I just remember that you just had like one person standing ready to click the button, one person ready to kill the ad that sometimes spawned, the tank pulling up stuff, and that was pretty much it. It was very, very, very boring. The way this fight used to be is that this boss had basically nigh infinite amounts of HP if you tried to kill it normally. And there was like one of those like detonator handles in the room, and if you pulled it or pushed it, it would summon a bomb. And when the bomb was pushed to a certain amount of HP, it would cast self-destruct. And if you hit the blob with the self-destruct, you pretty much just cut its HP in half and split it in two. And all you had to do was do that like 3 times. I believe the handle had HP though, or something like that. So regularly they would spawn like a Spriggan to try and mess with you. So you just made sure to have a DPS ready to deal with that. But the reason why it was a little bit of a problem was simply because, well, the blob itself did hardly any damage, so you just kinda sat there and waited for stuff to happen. And the Spriggan didn't have enough HP to be dangerous, so basically the entire fight was just waiting for you to be able to spawn the bomb and waiting for the bomb to explode until you had done it 3 or 4 times so that the blob was cut out in enough pieces that the tank could just kill them quickly. Because when you had done it a certain number of times, the smaller blobs just had hardly any HP, so it completely like removed the mechanic. It's also worth pointing out that the first boss in Copperbell Mines didn't used to be particularly exciting either. It was basically just... It was like a bunch of mobs would spawn, and you just had to wait for the mobs to spawn, and most of the mobs could be one-shotted by a spell like Malefic. So you kind of just waited for them to come down to you from above, and the final mob was the boss that is the first boss in this dungeon now. And he had, I believe he had Rampart, but Rampart with a cast time. So you could just stun him. This boss, however, I think was more interesting in its old version, because the way that it worked was that it was like a big room. The boss would run over and break like a wall. It was like a very weirdly shaped room, not like a perfect circle like it is now. But he would walk over and break a wall, which would cause mobs to spawn. Well, a mob to spawn, if I remember correctly. And that mob would then run over and work on breaking another wall. And naturally, the idea was that if you gave them long enough, they would overwhelm you, because I believe the boss turned to attack you after that first wall, if I remember correctly. The problem is that you just rushed him down and completely ignored everything else. You just ignored everything and just nuked him. So, on the one hand, they made Copperbill Mines extremely simple compared to what it used to be. On the other hand, I don't know if we lost something. Because the old version was kinda boring, wasn't it? Level 44. Did that mean I got something? Oh, I got Surecast. Oh, well then. That's pretty nice, I guess. But that's it. No new quests or anything. Everyone in the party up for frontline? Oh. One of your party members does not meet the requirements. Have everyone unlocked frontline? But yeah, that's it's interesting that they chose to do that, but I believe the reason they chose to rework it like that was because when they added duty support to Copperbill Mines, there was no problem with the first boss, and to some extent you could say if you just make the duty support NPCs play the dungeon like how players typically do it, you could mostly ignore that there are mechanics, but you could probably argue that it would be pretty difficult to program the NPCs to do it right, because if the NPCs do it correctly and kill the ads and stuff, then actual players will probably look at it like, what are they doing? So it was probably easy to just rework the fight. It wasn't very well built anyway. Like, if the fight's mechanics are completely irrelevant and also kind of messes with the group, then it's like probably better to just get rid of it and try again. But the second boss would probably be kind of a problem with NPCs, both because if the NPCs are programmed to be able to actually do the fight, then they can do it without you. They can also do the first boss without you. And given that there wasn't really any AoE, you were pretty good if the old version was available. You could just walk into the room, have the fight start, and then the NPCs would just deal with it. Alright, James, thank you for joining. Yeah, I think it's a good thing. But the second boss was really, really boring. VX says NPCs can do fights without you if you're not the tank or healer. Yeah, so what I mean by that is more that if you die, the fight resets immediately, if I remember correctly. So if the encounter has like some sort of AoE, it's not perfectly safe for you to just go AFK, right? That was more what I was talking about, that technically the first boss in Copperbill Mines now, with the rework, has the capacity to potentially kill you over time. And so does the second and third boss. In the old version, not so much, given that I believe the first and third boss didn't even have an AoE attack. Oh,
I know, Viek. Again, what I mean is I'm not talking about whether the NPCs can dodge them. I'm talking about the fact that if you go AFK, you cannot dodge the AoEs. Which means that eventually the boss might kill you, causing the group to automatically wipe, because that's how duty support works. It has nothing to do with whether or not the NPCs are capable of doing the boss fight. I'm totally confident they can do that. They will, of course, go to a specific spot for you to stack with them and stuff like that. But I don't think they need for players to survive the stack markers in most situations either. They will not stack on you. No, again, you can probably survive most stack markers with 3 players. So what I'm saying, Viek, is I'm not concerned about the NPCs dying. I'm just trying to make sure you understand that I'm not actually talking about the NPCs. I'm concerned about you dying before the NPCs can beat the fight for you. You will die if you get the stack marker. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I can see what you mean. They don't come to you. Right, I had not actually considered that. Fair enough. Good point. That is a very good point. Then you would just immediately die. Yeah, exactly. We were talking about exactly the same thing. It was just we had different perspectives of what we were talking about in that context. VX says I'm writing all that while the NPCs are clearing some packs for me. I like to imagine that you're actually like in a throne, just going clear the area for me, will you? I can't be bothered to deal with this peasantry. Hey, I got a kill! Ow. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. You can, of course, like the NPCs. It's just, it's convenient that you can have them kill stuff for you like that. It's just really funny, like, the potential that you can just have them clear for you like that. It's pretty funny. I wonder if this Dark Knight is expecting to get safely from this. That is a lot of yellow. Where's our team? Are we like split or did everyone just leave? I'm a little confused. How we're all the way back in our base and somehow we're still outnumbered. Well, it looks like our team is certainly not winning this match. The Alliance chat is saying we're getting bullied, but what I'm seeing is every time any of the other teams approach us, like half of our team just runs. Like, we're getting bullied because we're not hitting back. Like every time, like if you see your team is the one running away every time, then it's probably there's a reason why, and it's not always that you're outnumbered. Sometimes it's because a lot of your team is too scared. That is totally normal, but it's probably that's the reason that we're getting bullied, and not just because the enemies hate us. It's because it's 3 points. And now we're split up again. We're split up again.
Wham!
I think yellow's winning. Everyone's shocked when we lose the node that we just took. Like, are you serious, man? So what's happening now is our team prioritized stopping yellow, which should actually be red's problem and not ours, because we're in third place and not red. I've talked about this many times when we're doing PvP, is that if you're in last place, you don't have to care about if first place is winning. That's second place's problem, and if you are selfish enough to think like that, you might get second place by screwing over the actual second place. Hmm. But it's just pretty funny that we sent like players in to take a node from red and then immediately just left. So that red could take it back. Like, it made it completely pointless that we even went. Oh, look, here's red again. Yeah, that is true, Vjek. That's part of the reason why you typically don't see tanks cycle defensive cooldowns when they're dealing with bosses. Even though it could help. Like, there's no downside to like, oh, red is stealing behind our backs? Or trying to? But that's why you typically don't see tanks cycle defensive cooldowns, even though it could be a benefit on bosses, because what matters is as long as you're using a defensive cooldown when the tank buster comes up, the tank doesn't hit nearly hard enough for it to matter. And it also hits in a very predictable way. I'm a little concerned with our position. We're going to get in over our heads with yellow getting constant reinforcements like this. Interesting order on that combo. Well, we got second place. Wouldn't you know it? And I feel like part of the reason for that was that we started playing extremely selfish, like I mentioned. I was a little bit confused why my card gauge was up there. And let's see, what did we get? Combust. And then we need to do our quest. Because we get gravity from that. Thank you, Kitsune Echo. And nice, Ymir. Greetings! Your timing, my friend, is impeccable, for it just so happens that at this very moment I have need of your assistance. While our lovely lady Leveva has been out making herself a target for every cutthroat and cur in the realm, I have been focusing my efforts on our main objective. Training! There'll be time enough for training later. No, I speak of our ultimate goal of spreading knowledge of the Sharlayan school of astrology throughout the Holy See. As you know, the Vault recently turned down my request to allow Lady Leveva to speak before them. But I'm not one to be turned away so easily. No, I have a plan. I will entreat Chief Astrologian Voldemort to draw up an official recommendation. The Vault will not so quickly dismiss the words of a man of such standing. Yes, I know mine uncle loathes me with a passion rarely seen even in young lovers. And there is really no reason why he would aid our cause, being a staunch opponent of change and all, but that does not mean we cannot try, and if we fail, well, then we can try again. And again. And again, until he is so annoyed that he writes us the recommendation simply to see us out of his thinning hair. And by we, I mean you. Considering how red the Chief Astrologian became the last time I visited him, I reason it would be detrimental to mine uncle's health should I arrive at his place of research, and we most certainly would not want him to fall ill or collapse before he penned us that recommendation. The classic, and by me, I mean you, solution. Oh, I know I made it sound like I was going to do anything, but actually I had a mind to make you do the work. Voldemort. I'll fit through this door, don't worry about it. A little difficult to see. I have a driver's license, don't worry about it. Who do I see disturbing me this fine day but Janiquinad's new scullery maid? I suppose you came here for this. Oh. Janiquinad never ceases to amaze me, does he? Not only does the lout have the nerve to ask me, for aid, but he then refuses to do me the common courtesy of accepting that aid in person. Ever the entitled little shite, more worried about his popularity amongst the fairer sex than how his actions disgrace his family's name. Ah, the slackjaw, I suppose you are wondering why in the world I, of all people, would agree to such nonsense. Well, it's simple. Allowing the heathen astrologian to dig her own grave in front of the entire vault and the Ishgardian astrologian community would only serve to accomplish what I wished from the very start. Sharlayan astrology has no place in Ishgard. It has no place in Eorzea. It has no place in this world. It is dangerous and it serves no purpose but to take our eyes off what is truly important. Using astrology to free us from the dragon menace and ensure man's return to Haloni's kingdom. The Leveva's dithering will only make it that much clearer. And Janiquinad, perhaps, this will finally spell his downfall. He has only been allowed to continue this nonsense because he's harmless. Too caught up in the luxury of being in line to Count de Durendair's title to actually put forth any real effort in furthering his cause. Sharlayan astrology is but an oddity which he can boast about at balls to get him in bed with the slatternly maids of lower houses. His father has protected him thus far, but allowing him and this lady to speak, there will be no brushing under the rug the shame this brings forth. Janiquinad will be finished. Well, then, I'm sure things will be fine, but that's not my problem, I guess. Hey, guess what, Janiquinad? Janiquinad. It's an art to be like you. Inform me right away once Chief Astrologian Voldemort has denied my request for a letter of recommendation, so we might begin work on our next request. A letter to the Holy See officially requesting the assembly of Ishgard's top astrologians to discuss matters of the utmost importance. Is this? It cannot be. It is! The seal is Voldemort's. How did you... What did he say? No, wait. Mayhap it is better that I do not know. Well, this changes everything. I will have to arrange another meeting with the vault, summon the cardinals to Durindare Manor. We will need wine, and sparrow-stuffed pheasant. And pheasant-stuffed goose. What? And goose-stuffed chocobo. And bards. A whole troop. Not to eat, of course. No, I fear I will no longer be able to join you on Lady Leveva's next opening of the gates. Do give her my regards, though, when you see her in Modona. This man is a master of, Oh, look, friends. A master of weaseling out of work, so to speak. Did I forget someone? No, I didn't. We call this a shortcut. Or maybe not. No! No, my shortcut! My shortcut got cut short. Oh, solo duty. Whoops. For once, we were not the bandits' targets. We came across this young woman as she was being dragged into the hills. Though we drove her abductors away, I suspect they have already mustered the courage for a second attack. It's a good thing you and Jen... It's a good thing you arrived when you did. The girl claims she's a student at the Athenaeum, and recently overheard Janequinart mention we would be conducting another gate opening in Modona. She journeyed here on her own in hopes of having the chance to witness your astromancy firsthand. I say we give her something to remember. That is very interesting. Leveva's like, I'll tend to the woman's wounds, and then starts attacking. It's an interesting way to tend to her wounds. Why is it always bandits in this story, by the way? It's actually really cliche when you think about it. It has become that way, at least. But it's of course the same one, right? No, but it's not. Why is it all of the bandit leaders are arcanists? Oh, whoops. Does that mean we lose? Oh, it's a disguise.
I just noticed that the bandit leader specifically had a beard.
You have my apologies, Lady Leveva. I did not think. Your only fault was an insatiable thirst for knowledge. A realm where one must apologize for being a victim is no realm worth living in. But why would those men attack me? I believe it is now quite obvious that these bandits were not meant for you, but for me. It would seem that certain parties fear the spread of Shaolin astrology and will stop at naught to prevent it. My Shaolin constellation chart. The bandits, it must have been torn when they seized me. Here, you may take mine. I have the stars committed to memory.
Well then.
I don't know how I'll ever be able to, but I will think of something. Just you wait. I will repay this kindness tenfold.
I was dead a moment ago. Yeah, exactly. She's like a Scooby-Doo villain. Lady Leveva, you mentioned something about certain parties wanting to prevent the spread of Shaolin astrology. Have you any idea who they might be?
I do, but I shall require more proof before I can be certain. You and Caetsu should be able to assist me with that. However, as they say, first things first. We have a gate to open.
Open wide the gate. I tried to join. It didn't let me.
There, the Eva. Focus, Caetsu. Focus and let the constellations either twine with your own.
This one used to make a region MP better.
It is said through the fifth heaven flows a mighty river carrying the water spilled forth from the scholar's vessel. And in that water is the strength of all that have come before and all who will follow, the thew spun from the Mayor's loom, thew from which might and metal is weaved. And now the power of the Ewa is forever yours, and forever shall it point you to victory, if you say so. Nowadays it make your damage gooder. While I cannot forgive our patron for skipping yet another of his lessons, I cannot deny that the passion hidden deep beneath all his posturing may have its uses. Word of our field is spreading, and our inherent nature has begun to stir. Curiosity is proving the better motivator than skepticism and faith. Our time may come soon.
Our time will come.
The Ewa blazes in the welkin.
Doink, doink.
The excess Gunbreaker didn't feel that good to me before 70. Yeah, it does feel like it's lacking something without continuation, I get that. Faded Circle is 72 though. But it's similar with the Faded Circle. It's kind of the opposite of the Warrior problem, where your AoE combo doesn't generate Beast Gauge until level 74. Do not tell me Lady Leveva was attacked again. I knew it, and without a reading, and without a reading, my talents grow by the day. What is this you claim? A fellow astrologian was moved by my words and went to witness the unlocking? That is amazing! I wonder who it could be, though. I would certainly recall speaking in detail with a young, supple, mind. I must find this woman and hold another, special lesson with her. Lesson? Ah, that reminds me. Lady Leveva asked me to teach you a new technique before you had to open the fifth heaven's gate, which you've already gone and done. But it appears you were able to overcome your ordeal without it. Yes, exactly according to my lesson plan. You still wish me to teach you the technique? Very well then, though I do not really see the point. Bruh. I don't see the point in you learning AoE attack. Wow. Next quest gives us Sinistry. Wow. We sure will be needing that. And what dungeon do we have access to? What's the highest one we could do? Smale Darkhold? It is an AoE that requires a target. Why would you want that? You know, fair point. Sinistry is... the thing with Sinistry is that on paper it sounds way better than it is. So the way that it works is that you cast it on someone, and then it makes it so that all of your healing spells, single target healing spells, heal for an additional 40% of the original upfront amount. Because it's only single target healing spells, that means that it's only these 3 spells it works with. And this one is primarily healing over time. So it doesn't really work with Aspect at Benefic. So you have to ask yourself when saying, is Sinistry good? How often do you like spam Benefic 2 repeatedly? And it's not often. Kitsuneko? It doesn't work with AoE healing. As in, it does not take 40% of the AoE healing. So if you put Sinistry on the tank and then use Aspect at Helios, then Sinistry does nothing. That's why it is... That is part of the reason why it is so bad. Is because it's pretty much only good with Benefic 2, and you don't use Benefic 2 very much. I'm not the leader. Kitsuneko, what I mean is, if you put Sinistry on the tank and then do not use Benefic 2 for 20 seconds, then it does nothing. It's specifically that Sinistry is too specific. That's why people don't really like it. Like, that is the specific problem with it, is that it's too specific. In the situations where it's helpful, it is incredibly good. But it's the situations where it is helpful are incredibly rare. Ross, you should stay in the crystal's light. Otherwise that happens. Well, it still does the burst, but it does nearly no damage when we're standing in the light. Yeah, it's... The thing is, Kitsuneko, if you're actually about to use a single target healing spell, then Sinistry is fine. It's just... The reason why people don't view it as very good is because of the combination of it being too niche in its usefulness. And then, when it is useful, it isn't that useful? It's the amount of limitations. Honestly, if Sinistry had worked with AoE spells, I don't think it would be overpowered. It just doesn't.
But I suppose at level 50 it might be good when you're still lacking most of your ability options. I have a feeling that the crystal's light is just barely going to end before we kill the boss. Yeah, one thing that is worth pointing out, Kitsuneko, is that it's not like Sinistry is so bad that there's no point in using it. It, as you said, it doesn't disappear. So you could just use it anyway. Like, it's an OGCD, it doesn't cost you damage to use it because it doesn't, like, it's not used in place of something else. Primarily, people dislike it because it could have been better, I think. More so than saying don't bother using it. It's just mainly that, for the most part, people don't, like, there are very few situations where it would be useful. Like right there, for example, Sinistry could have been good, but I don't have it now.
Yeah, exactly. When you do the low-level content and you don't have all your AoE tools, you don't have all of your OGCDs and all that, then like proportionally, suddenly, Synastry looks kind of good. It's more that as you get to higher levels, GCD healing becomes somewhat like bad. So having an ability that only works with that isn't great. When it's like, it's specifically 40% more healing on one. Like, by the same token, you could argue that the neutral sect is kinda bad. Because it makes you do 20% more. I believe it's spell healing, actually. So it only affects things like Benefic. And then it upgrades your aspected Benefic and your aspected Helios. Which is a little better. But, those are still, like, only spells. There's no way to progress this timer without staying in the circle. You have to stay in it and take the hit. It's designed like that. If you step out of it, the timer completely resets. So you just have to eat it. So if you ever have a healer in your group that is mad that you're taking that hit, that's because they don't understand that you have to. Exactly, better stand in a group, because it seems like the timer ticks a lot faster when you're multiple people in it. I'm pretty sure it does. So if you're everyone standing in it, you usually can get by with only getting hit once. It's an exploding corrupted crystal. Nice. I think those... Well, that was absolutely an upgrade. How about this? That's also a pretty big upgrade, yeah.
Hmm.
Let me just check the good old Grand Company. There might be some more equipment I could pick up. Thank you for joining, Rust. Oh, this is level 50 stuff. Is there anything else? It's 39, we already have that. Oh, there's this one. Oh, 8 more. It's crazy. Armor maybe. Armor maybe. Mayhaps. Nope, not those. Nope. Nope. Seven. 24 versus... I think that is just barely an upgrade, assuming we have... Yep, 2. We would have 3. Just barely. 11. 9. Serpent Bringer's ring. It's kind of funny wording. Yep, the next one is Aurum Vale, actually. Does anyone in the chat want to join for Aurum Vale? Because we have a free spot. Someone say Aurum Vale. You want to join, Sip? I love Aurum Vale. Be my guest. You can even be DPS. Ah, I changed the ring. It's marbling time. Hey, Nolana. Hope you're doing well. Good, perfect. Like, better overshoot it than undershoot it, I'd say. Like, if you're not certain. Apparently, this frog doesn't care about resetting. I can confirm that it reset when I was here last time. with 100% confidence I saw it reset, but apparently this one is having a bad day. Maybe it has to be specifically the one that is all the way up at the door for it to reset. The one back there. I guess it would. Whoops, gave the card to the wrong person. Good, I got 2 of them then. That got a little overwhelming there at the end. Remember, you still have to eat a fruit after the fight. See, this is perfectly fine. It's just Aurum Vale. Scary Aurum Vale. You don't have to pull those, actually. You can actually, if you run straight, you can just pull the scorpions into the room and you're fine. Like the 3 right at the gate, at the door, I mean. It's fine, we're not aiming for perfect, I'm just highlighting it in case, well, either Gazel or anyone watching would find it helpful. I sure am getting a lot of spires this run. Hey, 48. Now I have rescue.
Nice dodge. Exactly, Steve. Everyone's melee except yourself. Oh, look! This seems like the perfect time for ranged cards. Whoops. I thought I could kill those seedlings before they hatched, but suddenly my attention were needed elsewhere. Those random tank busters are always fun. With the random ding noise. Here's a fun fact. You can actually dodge the tank bust on this boss. However, to do that, because it has no warning, you pretty much just have to be always running, which means that you would have to be spinning the boss, and I'm sure the rest of your group would love that, because it also means that it could randomly land in their face. That is specifically a black mage shield to go with the black mage weapon. That's incredible. I think I might reach 50 if we do it again. But I don't know if you're all actually up for doing Aurum Vale again. All healers. I mean, technically we could try it, but I think it would be very, very tedious and annoying rather than fun. Mainly because I remember that the locksmith has a tank buster that can almost one-shot a healer. Which I ran into with Scholar, where I had to like really be careful. Like it could be done, I just think it would be extremely tedious. Just need to be absolutely sure that no one dies. But then if we reach level 50, that means we can do some more roulettes again. Oh boy. I don't want to risk getting to 3 again. That wasn't worth it last time. $49. Oh. Right, I forgot to eat a fruit myself. I didn't morph hard enough.
It's Morbin time!
Yeah, if you just run straight down the middle like that, sometimes it'll lead to pulling the wasps, but you really don't need to. You just keep running.
Perfect. Oh boy. It's the perfect length so that you have to choose between being in range of the swipe or the cone. The donut cone. Hey, coin counter, please give me like half a level. That would be nice. Please? Please. Close. Seems the new weapon made me strong enough to take them in 2 hits. That's a huge upgrade. I thought I could already do that. That was partly what made me overestimate earlier. I'm hoping this boss gives like substantially more experience so that it actually leads to a level. If it doesn't, we'll have to do like a fate or something. Because I don't want to do I don't want to do Aura Veil 3 times. Especially not just because I've almost got a level. Imagine the horror of doing a fate. Oh no! A fate! Please not any of those super long spawn timers, no. As they say, just 5 more minutes. I'm sure it'll spawn very soon. Just 5 more minutes. Hey! We learned divination. And found shoes that I already have, apparently. Weird. That was very quick. Oh. Right? Huh. I don't even remember getting these things. How funny. Even more damage. I don't even know if that would be... Oh, right. 32. We should just grab a gear set from the market board or something. Because I don't have the poetics. I just need to do this for now to get the level 50 quest done. Maybe we just go and buy a gear set so that that's done. I don't even know if there are any good ones to grab. Because people wouldn't be making them or selling them. Well... Actually, this would give us a gear set for the job, right? I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Wait, that's level 60 because it's Heaven Sword, I think. Oops, didn't mean to do that. It's a little confusing that it closes the entire tab, just because there's no more. That's incredible. Don't need that, actually. Don't you get a gear set from level 50 quest? I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure it's significantly weaker than the one that I just bought. And I'm just also in a situation where my accessories are really, really bad. So it's probably for the best that we grab some fresh ones. It's like a common effect of finishing A Realm Reborn. Now, quest time. I was certain that Astrologian doesn't get one. But we'll see if I'm wrong. Oh, let's get an echo. Lady Leveva tells me that you're nearly ready to open the 6th and final gate. Yes, I said final. We all know there are 7 heavens, but opening the 7th is impossible. Well, except upon death, of course. An attempt to attune to the pole star would be sheer madness and most certainly spell your doom. Ah, but look at me, even now attempting to tune to the great Caetsu when it is obvious your talent far surpasses mine. Forgive me. Lady Leveva has yet to depart for the location of the final gate. Doubtless she fears yet another bandit attack, but whatever the reason, she remains on the 2nd floor and has asked that you visit her at your earliest convenience.
You've come far since that fateful day our paths first crossed in the Black Shroud, and now, here we are, on the cusp of your attunement with the 6th heaven. Time truly waits for no woman, does it? Before we set forth on this task, I wish to teach you of a technique known as synastry. By temporarily joining your fate with that of a companion's, they will reap the star's benefit as you do. As a passable journeyman astrologian, you already wield sufficient control over ether. You need only focus it upon establishing a bond with your chosen ally to achieve synastry.
Well, that was easy.
You're gonna need this.
Meanwhile, the astrologian,
I don't think I will.
There it is. There is actually an outfit. That's fine.
I believe you are ready to attune with the final constellation. The location of the next lesson is actually not far. I assume your travels have taken you to Camp Dragonhead. Excellent. I, as always, will go ahead to make my final readings. If each of our previous outings are any indication, the bandits which harry us will most certainly jump at this opportunity, so I will have Quimberrange scout the area ahead of time, and report any suspicious activity to the knights garrisoned at the camp. Let someone else bloody their hands for a change, I say. Feel free to tell Geniquin of our plans, though I do not doubt he already has some of his own.
Lady Leveva has already departed. Well, then she must have leaped from the window, for I did not see her use the front door. I dare say that means we will be traveling alone. Of course I will be attending. Why wouldn't I be? If you say so. Oh, it's a solo duty. I had a feeling.
Caetsu and Geniquin? Well then, it appears giving my constellation map to that astrologian in Wraithfrost was unwise, as my readings for the location of the 6th heaven have proven slightly off. However, a second calculation have shown that we are close. The optimal location lies just to the north of here, in the derelict tower known as the Steel Vigil.
You've the look of the learned about you. Might I ask if you've seen this star map before? It was on the person of an astrologian who came to us seeking help after being attacked.
That is my map. The one I gifted the astrologian in Wraithrust. Do you mean to tell me she was set upon again?
Your map? Well, then I'm going to have to ask you to accompany me for questioning. The astrologian claims she wrested this chart from one of her assailants before escaping their grasp. Lady Leveva, why would you assault the self-same woman you risked your life saving? Because she did not, my lord. Why would you even think something so foolish? This must be some sort of misunderstanding. I was present at the assault. We saved the young maid of which you speak from a party of bandits, and Lady Leveva gave her own constellation map to replace the one damaged by her assailants. My Lady Caetsu here was also witness to these proceedings. Well, we have our own witnesses. Well, we have our own witnesses who say otherwise. So until we can have a trial and an adjudicator who can pass his judgment, this Leveva will have to come in for questioning, for she herself has admitted that the map is hers.
It's all right. I have naught to hide, and arguing here will not bring us any closer to the truth. If anything, I wish to confront this woman who would bring false accusations against those who saved her life. Very well then, take me where you will. I shall answer all of your questions, and you will soon learn who is spouting falsehoods. My friends, you need not worry overmuch, for I shall be in the company of temple knights, where no harm might befall me. I will return once I have proven my innocence.
I would like to remind you how the temple knights do with judgment before the end of Heavensward. You might not be safe. No harm, quotha. That knight was the selfsame astrologian whom we saved in Modona, the astrologian who now claims we attacked her. Are you saying the astrologian was a temple knight? No. Listen, my lord, I'm saying the astrologian is no more an astrologian than she's a knight. I'm saying we've been played. We've fallen victim to a ruse that has landed Lady Leveva in the hands of those who have been attempting to kill her since she set foot in Eorzea. Then you're saying she won't be safe in the presence of those temple knights? Those weren't temple knights, my lord. However, they were wearing the colors of our knights most heavenly, and if we were to assault them this near the heavily garrisoned Camp Dragonhead, we would be stocked full of arrows before anyone asked us why we even drew our blades. No, we must shadow Lady Leveva's captors and wait for an opportunity to take her back. How exciting! Can I take point? No? Of course not. I can really see how Quimperain has really had enough of Janiquinard. Wow, this is an exciting quest. Are you ready? This is kind of funny. Like, we're literally right behind them. If any one of them turned to look behind them, they would be like, wait a minute. I think it's really like the cherry on top is the combat music we have here as we're awkwardly chasing. Is it just me, or are they gaining distance on us? Like, I feel like I've kept approximately the same distance, and Quimperain and Janiquinard are falling behind. Hello! This is like ganking. A classic ganking. Wait until they pull something, and then kill them.
If any one of them turns their head to the right... Quimbrain? 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 Quimbrain, are you okay? Are you good? Quimbrain? Oh. He's basically programmed to slow down when he gets close to the pack. Does he use Regen on himself? Hello? Quimbrain is making a track in the snow, as you can see. Dun 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 dun. Time to make tracks in the snow again. Quimbrain, are you sure you're alright? Yes, I do know I have gravity. I just don't use it for reasons. I heard something, sir. Do we just ignore that one? Quimbrain, are you... Is everything alright with you? Wow, they sure got a lot of distance on us right then and there. I turned one corner and wham!
Just as I expected, these fools have led me straight to the answers I've sought since my arrival in this backwoods realm, and if I'm not mistaken, my trusted companions should be arriving right about...
Dun, 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 dun.
Now, I'll be taking this.
Yoink! The moment you lift off in that airship, the whole land will know you are not true Temple Knights, and you will be made to answer for your crimes. Once we're in the air, it will not matter what anyone knows, you fool. We will not be returning once we have slain you and your friends. Oh. But you see, we have a group of 1 tank and 3 healers, so that's going to take, an eternity.
No one shall stand in the way of my fate, especially not some dog's body of the forum.
He's a dog body. Can I have my screen? Thank you. Wow. Difficult. You almost had us. Of course I knew the Temple Knights were false. I recognized the astrologian we saved almost immediately, and I find it insulting that they believed I would not. I also knew that they would lead me to the true perpetrators if I played along, fully aware that you loyal three would follow. And I'm pleased that you also knew that we would somehow crawl our way out of that little tussle with our lives, because I was uncertain for most of the journey. Well, I was certain Caetsu would make it, for the stars have already told me she would unlock the 6th gate here at the Steel Vigil, the very location we ended up at, despite our unexpected ordeal. Oops. Your fate, Jenny Quinard? Well, I never bothered reading it, for I thought you would skip this lesson like you have every other one. And now it was night. Caetsu, gaze upon the night sky and open your soul to the final constellation, the spear. The spear is the gate to the 6th heaven, where the Fury resides in a palace of ice carved by her own spear, ice formed of moonbeams collected by the lover Menfina. Oh, nice. Nice. The spear fills us not only with the power to overcome our enemies, but also the compassion that is necessary to grant those same enemies mercy. And now that power is yours, to see directed to those whose fates require it. It is done. You have attuned yourself to the 6 lower heavens, and now that you know their strength, the true journey begins. Oh, really? The spear blazes in the welkin. You have my congratulations, Caetsu. What has taken me more than 15 summers to accomplish, you have done, and more in a matter of moons. But our time together has taught me that, despite what we may believe they are, we all have our roles, and each role is just as important as the other. Without taking both Quimbrain and you under my wing, you would have never saved Leveva from her assailants. Meaning, in a way, I saved Lady Leveva. Yes, that's how it works. That's how it works, Jeanette Quinard. Believe in that, I guess. Not that I want to take all the credit for such heroism. A letter found on the body of a Sharlayan thaumaturge. The cracked seal appears somewhat familiar. Nor shall I take credit for this missive that never would have been discovered were it not for me taking you and Quimbrain under my... that cold stare. It befits this godforsaken place. Point taken. Let us break the seal and see what we... Why? This handwriting. I've seen it many a time before. It is mine uncle's, but that would mean... It would mean the highest-ranking astrologian in all Ishgard has been attempting to assassinate us. If the tribunal were to hear of this, he would be hanged. And a hanging will only earn us another ill-tempered orthodox astrologian unwilling to open his eyes to the benefits of our discipline. No, we can use this missive to our advantage, as long as this remains in our hands. So too does the chief astrologian. Oops. Are you saying we use the missive to blackmail Voldemort? I'm saying we merely grant the chief astrologian his life in exchange for a little assistance in furthering our just and noble cause. No more, no less. I see. You are quite the devilit, my dear. Very well, I will summon mine uncle to the astroscope. There we can present him with our offer.
Hmm. Hmm. Oh, Kitsuneko, we just saw you at the astrologian place earlier. Hmm. But I think you were AFK, so I guess you didn't see us. Kid's called. Kitsuneko's called? Kitsuneko, da da da. I can hardly see a thing. This magic school bus is very, very big. Wait. Did I miss them? Oh, it says up. Bonk. Ah. Oh. That is a big hat.
Why must you insist on pestering me, Janiquidad? I gave you your letter. Now leave me be.
Ah, but that would not be the only letter you have written lately, would it? Perhaps you recall a certain letter to the forum.
A letter carried by a party of less than savory characters who attempted to kidnap Lady Leveva and deliver her to Sharlians. And not to mention kill me, my manservant, and my good friend Caetsu here, who you may have forgotten is currently an honored guest of House Fortons. A letter drawn up and signed by none other than you, Nuncle. Oh, but do not presume to misunderstand us. We wish neither your disgrace nor your death. At least, not at our hands. In fact, we wish very little from you. Not, you might say, in the sense that you're to never again use your influence to hamper our efforts at spreading Sharlian astrology here in Ishgard. Involve yourself no more in the affairs of me or my guests, and your secret remains safe. I will even forgive you for trying to have me murdered if, that is, you give me your word.
It is not as if you've left me with my much choice. You have my word, but know that silencing me will not make your nonsense any more accepted in the vault. There are others who will see you fail, others who care little whether or not I speak my piece.
We are fully aware of the peaks we have left to scale. However, we shall not let that discourage us. I have been shown a path that I altogether plan on walking, and the stars shall guide my way.
The stars foretell many things, my dear, and not even the best readers can see them. Do not forget this. See them all. Do not forget this.
So we have silenced him, but to hear him tell it, he was the least of our worries. Here's your outfit.
Oh, Aerodel is here.
Oh, I'm not the leader. Sharlian ascending. Now that Voldemort has so graciously agreed to discontinue his meddling in our affairs, I believe we may find our peers and colleagues more receptive to our proposals. Perhaps I shall... Oh yeah, by the way, Wolf's Den music. Come on in. Yep, back with you again. We need you some more. A little bit more. Perhaps I shall begin with another trip to the vault to inquire about them, reconsidering my petition to grant Lady Lviva the opportunity to speak with the Conclave.
We all have our strengths, Jenny Quinard, and none will deny yours is convincing seemingly sane people to do your bidding. Caetsu here is a testament to that. I look forward to hearing of your progress. As for myself, there are still some questions I need answered. The first being, how exactly did Voldemort come into contact with the Sharlayan assassins? Gwynbraine, attend me. I wish to visit Foundation and learn if there have been any sightings of suspicious foreigners.
Might I suggest that Caetsu do the same here at the Observatorium? Perhaps a second call on our new ally will help mine uncle recall aught he may have pretermitted in the heat of the previous moment.
Can we...
Ah. I think I just have to go downstairs. Hi, Voldemort.
7 hells, I rue the day I ever see another Sharlayan. Please, I've done all you asked. What more do you want from me? Blood? Or are you simply here to boast? Or mayhap you wish to know how the Sharlayans came to be involved in my scheme? Ha! I thought as much. If it was so important, why didn't your Lady Lviva ask me earlier? Her head is so far the stars she fails to see what unfolds around her on the ground. The truth is, it was never my scheme in the first place. It was the Sharlayans. They came to me not long after Professor Mace's ship was diverted to Thanalan. Yes, I said diverted. The pirates in the Strait of Merlthor, the magically manipulated storms off the Rotano, all were staged to prevent your friends from ever arriving. But when they did, the Sharlayans were forced to change their plans. They required help, hiring local hands discreetly, something they could not do as foreigners. I agreed to lend them my aid because I felt we both stood to benefit from the disappearance of Janequinat and that foul chit.
Look, it's a sushi roll. Ow. Ow, I'm very bad at falling, apparently.
The chief astrologian? There's rarely a day when he isn't meeting with visitors from across the realm and beyond. Why, this past moon he has been entertaining guests with very distinct markings on their faces. I asked Lord Voldemort whence they hailed, and he only answered, the north.
Oh. Hello, Janequinat. Whoops. The Sharlayans came to him. That can only mean, then, that mine uncle was only a pawn in a much larger game. A game that began long before we ever became involved. Think back, Caetsu. The bandits in the Black Shroud, and those pirates you described that attacked you in Lims Illumensa, they all had strange facial markings, as did our false astrologian. It's not much, but perhaps Lady Lviva will be able to make more sense out of it all. Despite the time we have spent together, I have this feeling she has yet to be completely honest with us. But look at me. A beloved relative tries to have me killed, and the next day I begin doubting everyone. What a sad, sad state of affairs. Perhaps to clear my head, I should call on that fine young Viscountess visiting House Harlinard from her family's stead in the Eastern Highlands. This information on Voldemort's associates should be relayed to Lady Lviva immediately. Would you be so kind? I seem to recall them saying they'd be questioning Highborn in the Pillars. Highborn in the Pillars. Highborn in the Pillars. Exactly, stand on the counter like a proper Lalafell would. Hey, Quimberain. Hey, Quimberain. Hello. Milady, were you able to learn anything of import at the observatorium? Kinda. Lord Voldemort was not the one to hire the Sharlians. Lady Leveva will want to know. Lady Leveva? Lady Leveva! She was right here! We must find her. I would not think any harm could come to her here in the center of the Holy See, but then again, that is what we believe back at Camp Dragonhead. I shall search the Hoplon. Might I ask you, sir? Might I ask you search in the opposite direction near the last vigil? This is a ridiculously silly quest line in some degree, I feel. Hi. I'm sorry, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. Caetsu, when you were speaking with Quimberain, someone approached me from behind and placed a dagger to my back. I had no choice but to be led silently away. Luckily, my assailant let down his guard when we arrived in the shadows, and I was able to deliver him a swift kick to the groin. I've been running ever since. So Voldemort wasn't the architect of this scheme to drag me back to Sharlayan after all. I had my suspicions. I was a fool to believe they would simply let me leave. Do you recall when I mentioned there were people in the old world intent on hoarding our nation's knowledge? Well, it appears that my efforts to train you in Janiquinart have attracted their ire. Caetsu, allow me to apologize. I have not been wholly frank with you about my reason for visiting Eorzea. The truth is, I came here because of my father. My father dreamed of rekindling the Holy See's interest in Sharlayan astrology, believing that it would be of great benefit to the embattled people of Ishgard. He came here several moons after I was born, intending to remain for only a season. However, he never made the return journey. His dream was left unrealized and his newborn daughter left without a father. Never once did I meet him, but every night when I look to the stars, I know that those are the same skies he, too, gazed upon. The same skies he used as his strength and guide. It was only natural that I follow in his footsteps, in spite of the objections from my mother, who did not wish to see her only daughter lost as well. And here I am in Eorzea, almost 2 decades later, pursuing a dream my father never lived to realize, a dream that has become my own, and now someone is trying to stop me. Well, just let them try, I say. Just let them try. Lady Leveva, a maiden of your beauty should not wander off without an escort. Monsters hide even the shadows of the pillars. Maiden! Flattery will earn you nothing, Janiquinart, but I will accept it nonetheless. Tell me, what did the Vold say to our proposal? They accepted it. We have been given official permission by the Holy See to conduct a symposium on the wonders of Sharlayan astrology, with you as our guest speaker. Now come, we must hurry back to the Athenaeum and begin preparations. More than 15 summers to make ready for this moment, and now I only have a matter of days. I will walk off again. Zoom. We get all the raid bots to prepare us to hand in a quest. Caetsu, this has been a most beguiling past few months. I must say, I truly did not expect the turns my fate has taken. I suppose that speaks much to my capacity as a reader of the heavens. Whoops.
Wait, what? It skipped something, I think. Can I... Let me just do this. I'm not blind to what goes on in Foundation, so I will not claim that my life is in any way difficult, but that does not mean I do not have my share of troubles, however trivial they may be. Being anything but first in line to a countship is not all whores and rainbows. The Count only truly cares about his newly appointed heir, just like the rest of my family. They expect great things from him. From me, they expect nothing. For a long time, I tried to prove that I could be as great as my cousin. It is why I went to Charlian. It is why I have tried to do things I had no business even trying. Then, once I realized no one was looking, I simply stopped caring. My actions becoming more and more outlandish, because at the end of the day, that is what everyone expected. But then you two walked through that door and helped me realize that maybe life is more than the coffin that has been fitted for me. Maybe the fate I believed was mine was not mine at all, and for helping me see that, Caetsu, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Wow. I didn't expect this to take that long, but I feel like we've reached a point where it's more about finishing up. But we could do trial roulette if everyone here wants to go for it. It's an echo. Ba, ba, ba. It's an echo. Do you want to come along for trial roulette? Are you occupied? I'm going to guess that Kitsuneko's AFK. I'm doing another ready check just to be sure. Mildly surprising that we have half of the team and it doesn't pop. Oh, it looks like there's a slight overflow of healers. Possibly. We have multiple double jobs. That shouldn't really make a difference, I don't think. We're almost there. We're number 1 in the queue. It should come up any moment. At least so I thought. Look! I'm doing the small jumpies. Hop! 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 That is an interesting way to turn. Apparently that's how Lalafell Astrologians turn. Boing, 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 boing. Well, that is adorable. It might be faster if you're tank, Castle, if you don't mind. I would just think if a healer's number 1 in the queue that we should be quick. I'm pretty convinced that it should be like that, but I do suppose if there's plenty of DPS, it would only take the group specifically with healers and DPS if they kind of need both. Queue's really slow today, huh? Thank you, Gazel. I'm guessing we're getting... I'm guessing... Garuda. We could get Nabrialis, I guess. Leviathan. Leviathan, Leviathan. Whee. It's doing the splashies. John Wong says, it took me after I beat Endwalker to realize Leviathan reflects specific attacks. That's true, and you know, the most mean part is that it does never, ever reflect melee attacks. So it's just ranged DPS that has to deal with it. Yeah, it is true. It's quite annoying when bosses have like some sort of special gimmick that is only reflected in like a little buff that you have to check yourself. It is a little annoying. But on the other hand, you can't really do that much. Like, how could they make it more clear, right? Right. That was quick and easy. That fortunately also means that next week we have access to a whole bunch of roulets we can use for leveling. Garson mentions, maybe I shouldn't have taken the tail since my OGCs are magic. Well, on the other hand, it's better someone did. So unless the other tank specifically went for the tail, you didn't have much choice. Because you don't know for certain if the other tank was actually going to switch. And one of the tanks has to do it. Right, well, this does mean that the only thing left is taking a picture for the next week's thumbnail. Given that we're going to be playing with Astrologian, I feel like this might be a good spot. Everyone wants to be in the pic. Actually, maybe this is better. There's a desk here. And a globe. There's a desk I can stand on so that we are the same height. Would you prefer to be all the way back there, Adele? You can come a little bit closer. How long do I have to show up? Well, I would like it if you hurry. What are you up to? Eridil, do you not want to come over on the left side here? Go over here. I think that that works better, yeah. Thank you. Do whatever emote you would like to do. If I can, I'm going to hide the carbuncle, by the way. Any emote you would like to do, and if you want to do if you also want to do an expression, you do that. But it's of course emote then expression, then it'll show up in the G pose. Just hopping out 1 second, are you sure you wanted to have the carbuncle cast as your animation, Guzzle?
Hmm. You might have to get up on the table if that's what you want. I don't know what you want, so I'm not sure. I don't actually know how to cancel it. Hmm. Just need to make sure I can find an angle where everyone is actually on the picture. There you go. Is it awkward? I feel like it worked pretty well. Yeah, the thing is, just in case you're curious how the process works, is that I'm looking for a way to like make a thumbnail. You have to remember that the thumbnail is not going to be the full picture like wholesale as it is. I'm going to be using some part of it, and if the whole group is like really wide, then it's going to be difficult for me to make like a good angle. It might be difficult for me to put any text on the thumbnail and things like that. So that's why I take a few different pictures. And that's why I don't like zoom in as much as possible, because then I have a little bit, of space away if I need to like angle it a little bit or position a little bit. But the whole thing is that I want to keep everyone on the picture, but you have to like bunch up, because I want to have everyone, but I might actually not be able to have everyone after like I've processed and like edited the picture and everything, if people are spread out too much, and I can't retake it the day after, for example. So like that's kind of the conundrum. That's why I'm like, can you come a little closer? Can you come a little closer? It's not that I want you to like hide away. I specifically want you to be there, but if you're standing over here and the rest of the group is here, then you're not going on the picture. There's simply too much like empty space that isn't being used for anything, I feel. Anyway, that means that I'm going to an inn, and then we take a picture for the schedule, and that's that. That one. Thank you for joining me for the picture. And then next week we're pretty much just going to be power leveling Astrologian, I think. As fast as I can, anyway. Look at her, so proud on the bed. Right. So, next week is going to be a little bit more normal. We're going to be having a daily stream, which is probably going to include, if I can, a run of the Alliance raid, because that's technically like a weekly task. We're going to have more solo stream, more solo challenge. And then I actually have it in the works, like it's not actually finished. But I'm hoping to release a patch 6.5 like gearing guide next week. That means like how to gear up your character from newly level 90 to, you know, 660 technically, with all the steps in between. So if you are uncertain what to look out for, that might be helpful. And then I have a video that is, I suppose, fitting with the changes to the Alliance raid that was released, which is going to be about the problems of the mental roulette. You may have heard me talk about the mental roulette's problems before, but that is, of course, in a full video format, so hopefully you find it interesting. But yeah, that's it. That's what's coming. That's, of course, then Smol Kai on Saturday, where we'll be playing Astrologian a lot. I think that's pretty much everything, so I hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. If you did, remember that the YouTube channel has a Discord community server where you will find, hopefully, the people that are in the chat. Perhaps everyone that is in the chat right now. I see that a lot of people have already probably gone to bed. You will also find the weekly schedule, so you can keep track of everything that's happening on the channel. You will also find an announcement room where you can see whenever I post a new video, plan a new stream, whatever it is. It usually shows up there first before everything else. Yeah, so I do recommend that. You can also get a role to get tagged whenever I post something, so that you get told as soon as possible. There's also a bunch of channels to talk with the wonderful people in the stream chats. And if you did enjoy the stream, then if you leave a like on the stream in the YouTube system, wherever it is, that helps me a lot, because that tells YouTube that it's a good stream and that people should watch the VOD because it was very entertaining and stuff like that. So if you did enjoy, that would help me a lot. Thank you in advance. And with that said, good night, good morning, afternoon or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. And that means we only have left to say goodnight to Smol Kai. Good night. Good night. And thank you all for watching.